It's too far. And it's too convenient for our adversaries. So the silver lining, I think, is that this is in the mainstream news, and so now Canadians are more apt to wake up to the fact that we're in bed with Nazis.
Right.
The
Exactly.
proxy war in Ukraine. So fingers
Which
crossed. Come
from
on, Canada.
Yeah,
You need
which
to
from the
do it.
beginning I've been saying we shouldn't do this. This is a really, really bad idea. They've got Nazi battalions over there. They actually, we ran videos here of summer training camps for Nazi youth, and people were like, "Oh no, there's no Nazis. I saw it on the news." It's like, bad idea.
Yeah, and I mean, if we could see that early on, do you think like the intelligence community couldn't see that? I'm pretty sure it's all by design.
So again, it's so confusing because it's like we're at war with ourselves and the enemy. It's like, so
Yeah,
what do you do? Well, yeah, you have to have an election. You have to
yeah,
get
you
rid of these
do.
guys.
You absolutely have to do that. It is clearly a leadership crisis. It wasn't a health crisis; it was a leadership crisis. Um, and Yeah. So, and I'll throw in my usual shtick, which is the fourth turning. Strauss-Howe generational theory, and fourth turning is a crisis era that we enter into every 4 generations. So, if you go back in 4 generational intervals, you'll see the Second World War, the American Civil War, the American Revolution, the Salem witch trials, and here we are living through one of these crisis eras, and the witch hunts are back. The pitchforks are digital and financial, but the flames are still very real. And the reason that we enter into a crisis era every 4 generations is because when we surmount these crises, as in the GI generation winning the Second World War in the previous fourth turning, that generation that surmounts the crisis ushers in the next era of the Enlightenment with new technologies, higher standards of living, an economic boon, and a population boom. We always have a population boom in the wake of these crisis eras. And it is that generation, the boomer generation, that when they reach peak institutional power in their early elderhoods, just prior to retirement, when they're at the peaks of their careers, they tyrannize the hell out of us. They follow the generational archetype of the prophet, as in the Prophet Muhammad, so named for the generations who found our religions. The current religion is postmodernism, which is just American communism. And the prophet, when he appears in our stories, is usually depicted as an old man with a long gray beard. So the Star Wars original trilogy would have been a fourth turning. And Obi-Wan would be the prophet in that story. He's a good prophet. The problem with fourth turning is that, and the problem they're having in Star Wars is that Obi-Wan is the only Jedi of his generation. So that is the situation that we're in. I mean, there are a few Jedis out there like Jordan Peterson and Dr. Robert Malone. But those running our institutions are corrupt, as they have been their whole lives. And that's why Canada's military has been a disgrace for 30 years, because as soon as they reach peak institutional power there back in the 90s, due to the lower retirement age and the high rate of attrition, everything just fell apart. And the institution's been in crisis ever since. I can't believe we sent people to war in that institution, looking back now. But you go back and you look at every one of those scandals in Canada's scandal-plagued military, and at the center, you will find a boomer male. Just like if you go back and you look at every one of those statue topplings, you will find a boomer female. And what seems to be happening is the boomer generation went commie back in the 70s when they were university students, got in bed with the postmodernist university professors like Michel Foucault in particular, critical theory. And critical theory is Marxism. It's a Marxist, I don't know if I'd say it's a praxis. It's really more like the foundational theory for the praxis theories being applied, as in, intersectionality, critical race theory, that kind of thing. If you look at our stories, though, Star Wars, is an example of a good prophet, as is the Lord of the Rings series with Gandalf. But if you look at the stories that early humans wrote, like say for example in the Old Testament, every time you see the elder prophet with the long gray beard, well, I mean, it's hard times for the rest of us, whether we're talking about Yahweh in the Garden of Eden, Abraham, Lot, Noah, and on and on and on. Every time one of these guys shows up, it's well, I mean, first three horsemen of the apocalypse, right? The disease, war, famine. That's the trifecta of state collapse. And well, we know what comes next, right? Behold the pale horse, and he who sat on him was death, and hell followed with him. And hell is a pre-state society, like Thomas Hobbes said. Without the state, the Leviathan, which is a junkyard dog that you need to keep on a chain and never let it put its head higher than you. But you need the junkyard dog in order to pacify the territory and ward off predators, so you can live a peaceful life. But just recognize that he'll eat you if you give him, if you let him get the wrong ideas about where his place is in the hierarchy. So yeah, that's the game plan, I think, of the Chinese Communist Party too, is basically just to weaken us, not just with those three factors, but that is the trend. Like those are part of the social trends that we just see recur over and over and over again. Like we see everything from Orwell to Huxley to Revelations. People can just feel that we're living in biblical times, and that is the reason. Is because every 4 generations we go into one of these crisis eras, and the way through it is for the generation coming up behind the prophet to displace them from peak institutional power. So that would be the nomad, who is depicted in some different ways. Like, well, Jesus would have been a nomad in my read, but so is Judas. So when you think you're looking for Judas in the current fourth turning, think like Rage on Behalf of the Machine or Metallica. They tend to be the first wave Gen Xers, the older Gen Xers. They were left alone with the boomers for too long, so they're all about that cold hard cash. They're split, obviously, like it's never black and white. But the way that we displace, the way that we get through it is when we displace the prophet at peak institutional power, usually through natural attrition. But what happens in Star Wars is the crisis resolves in Return of the Jedi when when Han Solo is the oldest man left standing, and the rest of them are ghosts, and they're all doing a little dance with the Ewoks. That is where the crisis resolves, and the next era of the Enlightenment is ushered in. And we can follow that same pattern through all of the different stories that I just mentioned. Garden of Eden, Elder Prophet is Yahweh. The hero archetype, Luke Skywalker archetype, is Adam and Eve. That's currently represented as the millennial generation. They're seen as civic-minded and pure. The GIs, in World War II, the general said they were the best damn kids they'd ever seen. And into their old age, like they were the first generation of senior citizens. They're very civic-minded, and they stayed engaged like that, and presided over an era of peace and prosperity. With the Adam and Eve story, what ends up happening is I think it is representative of a revolution. And what we're seeing is Yahweh, who refers to himself multiple times in the third person plural, we and us. So he's not an individual. He has a group with him. It's probably his generation, and they are clothed, but Adam and Eve are not. So they're living a lower standard of living than the prophet archetype. And he's telling them, you serve me, and commanding them one thing, and that is to remain ignorant of the knowledge of good and evil. And what kind of leader wants you to remain ignorant of the knowledge of good and evil? Well, it's probably a bad guy. And Adam's place is in the garden. And from what we know about hunter-gatherer societies now, that is also the latrine, because that's how the fruit gets planted, is we transport it in our gut and fertilize it elsewhere. So in hunter-gatherer societies, that's where the fruit grows, is in the latrine. So that's definitely a lower standard of living. And when they take the advice of the serpent and become aware of the knowledge of good and evil, well, the thing is, he tells them that if you eat that fruit, then you will surely die. But the serpent is the one who says you will surely not die. You will become like gods. And so they eat the fruit, and they're ultimately banished for their lack of fealty. But but he also clothes them. He says, "Behold, they have become like us, for they know they have the knowledge of good and evil," something like that. And they clothe them. And what do? But they usher in the next stage of the Enlightenment, which is agrarianism. So they become farmers, and then they have a son, which would be the next generation of prophets, and that is Cain. And then they have a second son, which would be the next generation of nomad, and that is Abel. And that's what Abel does. The nomad tends to migrate. That's why it is so named. We come of age at a time when all the industry's been destroyed by the generation going up ahead of us, and they took all the white-collar jobs. So we have to seek our fortunes elsewhere, like the original San Francisco 49ers in the gold rush back in the day. And they were also the midlife generation that led on the battlefields of the Civil War that ended up winning, that resolved their crisis when they displaced their elders from peak institutional power. And the same thing happened in the Second World War with the firing of guys like McAllister and the installment of guys like George Patton. When we displace those prophet generational archetypical elders from peak institutional power, the nomad is the one who leads to the resolution of the crisis. And back to the story of Cain and Abel, as we can see, since we're talking about generations and they're probably represented as archetypes, and that is kind of how we tell our stories, is it's just about a few individuals, when the reality is that every frontline soldier has 8 to 9 support personnel behind them. So if we're talking about generations, and the story of Cain and Abel is one, I think, of both why it is that envy is a deadly sin, and it's also a story about a genocide, probably the first one, at least, that we wrote a story about. This has been going on a lot longer than that, if you've ever read Freud and the Oedipus complex. And when our elders grew oppressive, when we were hunter-gatherers, we would overthrow and eat them. And I like to think that we've grown quite a bit since then, and we can probably just win a political war and fire their asses. But only time will tell. I'm joking, folks. It's a joke.
Yeah. Well, I hope that we have time to fix all of this. I hope this war in Ukraine comes to an end. This seems like a pivotal moment. Some people saying this might be the beginning of the end of that war because of this revelation in Parliament and and the subsequent fallout from it. What do you think?
They're not going to go willingly. So don't expect that Trudeau is all of a sudden going to turn over a new leaf and start taking responsibility. He's never had any responsibility in his entire life. He's not going to start now. So don't get your hopes up in that regard. Like, we're going to have to dig these guys out like a tick. These revelations. We still have the problem with Jagmeet Singh. He's got to have that pension, so he's going to continue to prop this government up. I think perhaps there could be enough outcry to get the NDP to break party lines. But again, don't hold your breath for any of this stuff. Ultimately, it's probably going to take a more formal process, like the full and open public inquiry. And of course, he's already trying to get his lawyer from the non-disclosure agreement he signed with a teenager to be the commissioner for that. So he's going to do everything he can to cleave to power. But it's a political solution, guys.
Yes. Jeff, is there anything else you'd like to add tonight? Any words of inspiration or hope for Canadians in what has to be one of our darkest times as a country?
Well, don't ask for easy times. Ask for interesting times, and try to see it as an opportunity to, make your mark in history. And I just try to be the guy who is going to be able to say one way or the other. However, it turns out that I did everything I could. So, but be smart about it. Obviously, there are some not so smart initiatives out there that and we should, kind of watch out for each other in that regard as well. But the thing is, what I used to say to the troops actually is that there are two things you got to remember when the chips are down. Number one, it's only temporary. Okay. Like I said, it's a crisis era. It has a beginning and an end. Ours started with the 2008 financial collapse. It was originally forecasted to end somewhere between 2026 and 2030. The fourth turning is here, was just published in July. Neil Howe's now saying it might be more like the early 2030s because the boomers are just so damn rich. There's so much entrenched wealth. Do what I'm doing. Go out there and call them out for being such rotten genocidal people. And the other thing, so two things you got to remember. Number one, it's a crisis era. It's only temporary. Crisis eras have beginnings and ends, so it's not a permanent state of affairs. Number two, it can always get worse. So whatever you do, don't do anything to make it worse. Okay, Save the Children Convoy, please.
Exactly. I hear you. Jeff Evely, thank you so much for helping us make at least a little bit of sense out of this craziness tonight.
I hope so.
Okay, folks, stay with me. When we come back, Joseph M. Leonard will join us to talk about the GOP presidential debate from last night, to give us his take on that. I'll be right back.
We are Mavericks. We say no to the Trudeau and Biden New World Order. And to bugs. Because bugs are creepy and gross. And people should not eat bugs. Maverick News. The world is watching.
Hey, no! To bugs!
The New World Order. Government overreach. The Great Reset. Mainstream media lies. Now more than ever, independent voices are needed. Donate now at freedomreporters.com. That's freedomreporters.com. Maverick News. The antivirus program for your mind.
There he is. Federal tyranny.
Yep, that's the background. There are no stars on the flag because 10th Amendment states' rights, despite the Dobbs decision, the SCOTUS all of a sudden, hey, there's a 10th Amendment, let's send that back to the states. Ignores states' rights normally, and G and God being whitewashed, because God has been whitewashed from America, the USA, for, how long now? Anyway.
So, Joseph, welcome back. It's great to have you here again.
Thank you. I really appreciate you having me back. I live posted through the whole debate last night, so I'm rip-roaring and ready to go. Although, I've got so many things running through my head. We'll forget some. We won't have time to say some. But first, I have to do full disclosure. I am supporting Trump for 2024. Now, that doesn't mean I hate everybody else, right? I support Trump at this time, this place we are in. That's like 2000. I supported John Kasich, not G.W. Bush. Now, that was before Kasich became a governor and moved way left I would never, I didn't support Kasich after 2008. So, doesn't mean I wouldn't support any of the others running that were in the debate or didn't make the debate stage at some other point. I don't have Christie derangement syndrome or Haley derangement syndrome. I think every one of them would make a good cabinet person in the right spot. Like Christie, if he and Trump can put the 6-year-old antics aside, his prosecutorial expertise and experience would be great for the DOJ, right? So, DeSantis, maybe another time, just not this time. And I'm not here to spin for Trump. I'm here, principles, not personalities, to give my honest thoughts, the good, the bad, and the ugly. And there was a lot of all of that, especially the ugly of the over-talking.
Yeah, there was a lot of that last night in the debate. Do you think that hurt anybody, or what's your assessment of it?
Well, it could have hurt some of them, and though ultimately, while Burgum may have gotten a plus out of it because he got some time, granted, he would have otherwise not gotten. And he made some great points. And again, he would be a great cabinet member of some sort. So, yeah, I think it hurt some of them a little. I think the person who was hurt the most was Haley after the bump she got from the first debate, the over-talking, but more so the every time you speak I get dumber isn't going to cut
it. Yeah. Here, let me just run a little clip here. And honestly, I'm not even sure where we're at on this timeline, but I'm just going to let a little bit of it roll. We might get some of that banter back and forth here.
It's not nonsense.
So look, here's what I want to respond. These are good people who are tainted by a broken system, and it's not the fault of anybody who's involved.
Some of us are tainted, but the bottom line is
excuse me. Thank you for speaking while I'm interrupting. While I'm speaking.
Well, you said
if I may finish,
you can't be on both sides.
Gentlemen, you'll have your turn.
One of the challenges we should have a
issues that matter. We know we fix this in China. Everybody knows that.
If I may
focus
address
on holding Joe Biden accountable. That's what we need to be focusing on.
I actually agree with Ron DeSantis.
Speaking at the same time, no one can understand
exactly.
your message.
So if I may, I agree with Ron DeSantis on China. When every other CEO expanded into the Chinese market, you know what I did with my first company? We opened a subsidiary in China. But you know what I did that was different than every other company? We got the hell out of there. And when I started my next company, Strive, right when that's years ago. Right when I started my next company, Strive, to compete against BlackRock. Excuse me. To compete against BlackRock, I made a commitment that we would never do business in China. And I will say something.
Yes. I think you have more than time to explain your point.
Well, if I was interrupted by a lot of people here, and I want to be respectful because I believe these are good people, but I do not believe in these. We're sitting here in the Reagan Library.
Yes, I wish you
in the honor of Ronald Reagan's library, if I may, from one admirer of Ronald Reagan to another, from one admirer of Reagan to another, we cannot sit and violate
This isn't productive.
I want to hear about that.
Let's have a policy debate.
What's going?
Okay. Jesus. Help me out here. What do you think?
That was probably the worst of the worst of the exchanges. And, I get being passionate, but the rules for any debate need to be the mic is only hot for the person recognized by the chair. That would cut out a lot of this because they would know they're not going to be heard. That grandstanding ain't going to work. They're just not going to be heard. So it would cut a lot of that down. Yeah, there still will be a passionate maybe outburst every once in a while, but it would cut that way down.
Ramaswamy seemed to sort of come out on the top there. Was able to kind of get some words in. Then it turned back into that chaos. Do you think he did well there, or did any of them come out on top or lose, or how do you score that?
Well, this particular segment, I think they both dinged themselves. And I'm a big Tim Scott guy. I think Tim Scott is second only to Kristi Noem in the race for VP for Trump, because Trump is going to be the nominee, bar a major meltdown. So again, setting that aside, this debate is still important. Like I said when I was on with you for the first one, these are still important for cabinet posts and just general discussion about issues and posturing for 2026 Senate seats or House seats or 2028, because Trump can only serve one more term. He's out after that. It's not 2 consecutive terms, it's 2 terms, period. So posturing for 2028 does matter here.
Okay. Here's Chris Christie.
Fox News and others have been covering it. Governor Christie, crime in major cities is striking fear into the hearts of Americans. Just last night, looters took over the streets of Philadelphia. You said in the last debate that you would use U.S. attorneys to prosecute crimes local prosecutors won't. But they are stretched as well, and they could not handle all of the lawlessness, the shoplifting, all the carjackings, the armed robberies. They're all surging. Progressive prosecutors were elected by their constituents, and they can't be fired by a president. So what would you do to end the revolving door of criminality?
Well, look, Dana, I'm the only one on this stage who's done it. For 7 years, I ran the 5th largest office in this country at the U.S. Attorney's Office in New Jersey, and we set records for the number of prosecutions that we brought that still have not been broken. And the reason was that we went after the crime that was affecting people's lives. And as president, I will appoint an attorney general and instruct that attorney general that you are to put all the resources that are necessary to bring our cities back under control. The fact is, they will be stretched. There's no doubt about that, but that's what they take the job for, because they love the idea of enforcing the law. We've got to bring law and order back to this country, and not just in our cities. But we need the law and order back everywhere. We need law and order back in our suburbs. People are threatened there. We need it in our rural areas. People feel threatened there. And we need it in Washington, D.C. also. And Donald Trump should be here to answer for that, but he's not. And I want to look at that camera right now and tell you, Donald, I know you're watching. You can't help yourself. I know you're watching, okay? And you're not here tonight, not because of polls and not because of your indictments. You're not here tonight because you're afraid of being on the stage and defending your record. You're ducking these things. And let me tell you what's going to happen. You keep doing that, no one up here is going to call you Donald Trump anymore. We're going to call you Donald Duck.
All right. I want to ask.
I think there's 3 things there. And I don't know why all of a sudden I'm blurry. But
I don't know either,
but anyway.
You know how to fix that? Put your hand right up to the camera like that, and then take it away, and it'll refocus.
Try to get it to refocus.
There you go. It had you there. Here you go. It'll get you. Just wait for a second.
All right. Well, anyway,
maybe not.
And I might be able to change my background. I've had that happen with Skype, and it changed my background. But again, I was perfectly fine for 10 minutes, and now all of a sudden it's going to act up. But anyway, 3 things. Christie makes my point about him, maybe not DOJ then, maybe AG, right? He makes my point. He brings value and expertise and experience for a particular cabinet post, if we put aside the nonsense. 2, again, I'm not here to spin for Donald Trump. I think Christie had a great line with the Donald Duck, because I do agree that Trump should be at the debate, not because he needs to be for the primary, but to garner attention or attraction, try to attract those independents, because no one wins with just their base and their base alone. You have to go for the independents. So he should be there, look presidential, but that's the problem. His hubris won't allow him to just address the audience. He'll make a fool of himself and respond to some of these things. And the third thing is, this was one of two issues, that and schools, that indeed, because we're the big tent party. The fascocrats are all in lockstep on everything. But on crime and schools, the GOP is indeed together on. We have differing things on the different other issues, but that was one we're all in lockstep on.
So, okay, let's listen to this with DeSantis.
Computers in your state, but as as president, you would not have the ability to do that. How do you think about dealing with the root causes of crime, especially this revolving door of the criminals that just get out and come back and commit another crime?
Well, the crime in these cities is one of the strongest signs of the decaying of America. We can't be successful as a country if people aren't even safe to live in places like Los Angeles and San Francisco. Just being in Southern California over the last couple of days, my wife and I have met 3 people who have been mugged on the street, and that would have never happened 10 or 20 years ago. In Florida, we back the blue. We support the men and women of law enforcement. They are keeping us safe. We have a 50-year low in the crime rate. And yes, when I had 2 progressive prosecutors that weren't following the law in Florida, I removed them from their posts, and the people of Florida are safer as a result of it. As president, I will use the Justice Department to bring civil rights cases against all of those left-wing Soros-funded prosecutors. We're not going to let them get away with it anymore. We want to reverse this country's decline. We need to choose law and order over rioting and disorder.
On a related subject, Governor Haley, there's a nationwide policing shortage. Retirements are up. Recruitment is in the tank. Morale is at a record low.
Well, I think we'll stop there and let you comment on that, Joseph.
Yeah, well, I kind of distracted playing with the settings, and I was able to step the camera down to 480p, and that seems to have cleared it up. I tried changing the background, it didn't matter. So 4080p mode. Hey, you can see me in focus now.
Well, you look wonderful. No issues.
Thank you. Yeah. So I didn't quite get that exchange as I was playing with the settings.
Okay, well, I'll tell you what. Let's listen to. Let me get this next clip up here. Do I want? Okay, let's go to this with Nikki Haley. And we'll bring her up. You already talked a little bit about DeSantis anyway, so let's get her.
On the topic of healthcare, Governor Haley, healthcare is the leading cause of bankruptcy for American families, accounting for 2/3 of all personal bankruptcies. As president, how you protect Americans who get sick from financial ruin?
First of all, how can we be the best country in the world and have the most expensive health care in the world? We have an issue. My mom was in the hospital, and when she was in the hospital, they tried to bring her a couple of Tylenol, and she said, I don't need it. And they said, honey, go ahead and take it because you're paying for it anyway. Why is it that when we got the bill, the insurance company and the hospital negotiated the bill for her without her having anything to do with it? When I am president, we will break all of it, from the insurance company to the hospitals to the doctor's offices to the PBMs to the pharmaceutical companies. We will make it all transparent, because when you do that, you will realize that's what the problem is. Second thing is you've got to deal with tort law. The doctors don't give you the 10 tests because they want to. It's because of the 90% chance they'll get sued. And then we need to bring competition back to healthcare, get rid of certificate of need systems, and make sure that they can compete. We have to put the patient in the driver's seat. They've been in the back seat for way too long. And once we give the patient the ability to decide their health care, deciding which plan they want, that is when we will see magic happen. But we're going to have to make every part of the industry open up and show us where their warts are, because they all have them, and we need to fix this on behalf of the American people.
So, she's a very strong speaker.
Yeah.
I think she does very well, but she just doesn't seem to get that much additional traction, no matter what she does. What do you think?
Well, she got a bump after that first debate, so
Yeah.
I think she had a chance to get another bump. But I think the Vivek thing, every time you speak, I get dumber, is going to ding her. But she's absolutely right regarding the need for tort reform, so that these doctors aren't doing a bazillion different tests, not necessarily because you necessarily need them or they think you should have them, but it's cover your behind. They do it, right, to prevent the lawsuits, because their malpractice insurance is through the roof already and they're trying to avoid being sued. And I thank John McLean for the Obamacare still being around. And regional coverage, I agree with Haley in that more needs to be done to help create competition so that others can get into other markets. But part of that is each state's own idiotic regulation, right? Like Michigan, Blue Cross, there's Blue Cross Michigan, Blue Cross Ohio, Blue Cross Indiana, rather than Blue Cross of the Midwest and 10 others of the Midwest competing with one another and having economy of scale of being a regional rather than having to have individual entire operations in each state because of each state's own personal individual regulation. But I am a states' rights guy, so, I'm caught in the middle on that. That's it's a good thing and a bad thing.
Okay, so let's get into this exchange here with, I think it's Mike Pence. I think there might be somebody else in
Is on
this
the
too.
rise and intensifying. According to a recent study, members of that community are 9 times more likely to be victims of violent hate crimes. As president, how would you protect this community from violent attacks and discrimination?
Well, as President of the United States, I'll stand up for the safety and the civil liberties of every American, from every background. And I want the American people to know that. But I want to answer the question as well, Dana, that you just asked Doug Burgum. Because by way of full disclosure, Chris, you mentioned the president's situation. My wife isn't a member of the teachers union, but I got to admit, I've been sleeping with a teacher for 38 years. And so full disclosure, look, education is a state and local function. The state of Indiana had one of the very first school choice programs in the country. And when I was governor of the state of Indiana, we doubled it. And as to your question, Dana, let's be very, very clear. When the Linn-Mar Community Schools in Iowa had a policy where you had to have a permission slip from your parents to get a Tylenol, but you could get a gender transition plan without notifying your parents, I weighed in with a foundation. That's not bad policy, that's crazy. We're going to stand up for the rights of parents, and we're going to pass a federal ban on transgender chemical or surgical surgery anywhere in the country. We've got to protect our kids from this radical gender ideology agenda, and we've got to empower parents at the state level with the ability to choose where their kids go to school, whether it's public, private, parochial, or homeschool. You empower parents, and our schools will straighten up and reflect our values and focus on the basics faster than you could possibly imagine.
Next subject.
So there he is focusing on that, this culture war, transgender, all of that stuff. Do you think that helped him?
Yeah, I think it helped him a little, but not necessarily that particular thing. Again, 3 things on Pence here. The first, the cutesy little, I got to admit I'm sleeping with a teacher thing. Cute, clever, off the cuff. He did
Heard it before. He keeps using that line.
Oh, you have? I have
yeah.
not heard him say that.
Yeah.
But yeah, you got applause from the audience. But, I don't think it really bought him that much. And the other thing is, like I said before, schools and crime, the issue of school choice and porn in the classroom. Gay, straight, I don't give a damn. Sex doesn't belong in grade school, right? That's something Republicans agree on. So that's not bad, and I think to some degree that helps them. And the third thing, unrelated to that clip, but so I don't forget, I immediately thought of the same line that Pence or someone on his staff did. Thankfully, somebody had the brain capacity to say it other than me. When Biden was coming into Detroit, he shouldn't be on the picket line. He needs to be in the unemployment line. That, to me, is an obvious line. Why hasn't I heard that from anyone other than me until Pence at the debate?
Well, Pence is, he's pretty smooth, but he just doesn't have that support from the MAGA base because people think that he stabbed Trump in the back, basically. I think he also, because of his strong religious beliefs, I think that he probably doesn't appeal very much to people who aren't very religious. So I don't know. He seems, he's just kind of all over the map, and he's just got a very niche base of support. I don't know. He just can't seem to spread that out. And I think it's just because of all that baggage from J6.
Yeah, I'm drawing a blank. The black guy that ran several cycles ago, also in the Pence lane, of the religious right lane. I can't think of his name. I love him. I was a supporter. He had no chance in hell of becoming president. Again, Pence, could I support him maybe some other time? Yeah, but certainly not this time. And full disclosure, I accepted Pence as Trump's VP as one of several decent choices, but I thought there were other better choices than Pence even for VP then. And yeah, at the end, his time has just come and gone. I'm sorry, Mike. Your time as governor was not as good. Me being from the Midwest, I know. It's not, your record there is not as good as you proclaim it to be.
Okay, let's let the little of this roll.
U.S. soldiers in the fight.
It's in our interest to end this war, and that's what I will do as president. We are not going to have a blank check. We will not have U.S. troops, and we're going to make the Europeans do what they need to do. But they've sent money to pay bureaucrats' pensions and salaries and funding small businesses halfway around the world. Meanwhile, our own country is being invaded. We don't even have control of our own territory. We have got to defend the American people before we even worry about all these other things. And I watch these guys in Washington, D.C., and they don't care about the American people. They don't care about the fentanyl deaths. They don't care about the communities being overrun because of this border. They don't care about the Mexican drug cartels. So as Commander-in-Chief, I will defend this country's sovereignty.
But it's not a territorial dispute. It's never been a territorial dispute.
And 90% of the resources that we send over to Ukraine is guaranteed as a loan. It is not 90% of the money that we send over there is loan. Well, we can talk about this, but at the end of the day, 90% of the money that we send over there is actually in the form of a loan. It's not actually not being paid by Ukraine, it's paid by the NATO, our NATO allies.
So I think it's a good topic.
I think it's a really good topic too. I will say, let's debate the fact that our national vital interest is in degrading the Russian military. By degrading the Russian military, we actually keep our homeland safer, we keep our troops at home, and we all understand Article 5 of NATO.
We have to level with the American people.
I thought you said something about waiting until your turn to talk. So hold on. So at the end of the day, I'm going to finish my. I'll be happy to debate on this.
I'll respond.
I'll look forward to this one right now. So at the end of the day, when you think about the fact that if you want to keep American troops at home, attack on NATO territory would bring us and our troops in. By degrading the Russian military, we reduce, if not eliminate, an attack on NATO territory.
Finish that exchange. We have to level with the American people. We have to level with the American people on this issue. The reality is just because Putin is not Putin's an evil dictator does not mean that Ukraine is good. This is a country that has banned 11 opposition parties.
A win
that has
for
actually,
Russia is a
that
win
is not
for
true.
China.
We're driving
a win
Russia.
For Russia
Excuse
is a
me.
win for China.
Excuse me. If you'll have
but
a chance,
I forgot you like China. That's why you're.
You'll have your chance in just a moment. The hurling personal insults isn't helping. China is the real enemy, and we're driving Russia further into China's arms. We need a reasonable peace plan to end this, especially this is a country whose president just last week
Vivek,
was
if
hailing
you let
Nazi
Putin have Ukraine, that's a green light to China to take Taiwan.
We need
the peace comes through strength.
Governor Christie.
Governor Christie.
The Communist Party of China is the real enemy.
Governor Christie. Governor Christie. President Biden's first 2 years have brought China, Russia, and Iran closer together. Are we focused too much on Ukraine and not enough on this threat from the New World Order?
No, they're all connected, Stuart. They're all connected. The Chinese are paying for the Russian war in Ukraine. The Iranians are supplying more sophisticated weapons, and so are the North Koreans now as well, with the encouragement of the Chinese. The naivete on this stage from some of these folks is extraordinary. Look, I understand people want to go and talk to Putin. Guess what? So did George W. Bush. So did Barack Obama. So did Donald Trump. And so did Joe Biden when he said a small invasion wouldn't be so bad. Every one of them has been wrong. And the fact of the matter is, we need to say right now that the Chinese-Russian alliance is something we have to fight against, and we are not going to solve it by going over and cuddling up to Vladimir Putin. Look, Donald Trump said Vladimir Putin was brilliant and a great leader. This is the person who is murdering people in his own country, and now not having enough blood, he's now going to Ukraine to murder innocent civilians and kidnap 20,000 children. And let me tell you, if you think that's where it's going to stop, if we give him any of Ukraine, next will be Poland. Right. This is a guy who said, this is a guy in 1991 who said that was the darkest moment in world history when the Soviet Union fell. Listen, everybody, he wants to put the old band back together, and only America can stop it. Right. And when I'm president, we will.
Governor Burgum, I want to get to Governor Burgum. He hasn't had a chance. I have a question I think you're going to.
Okay.
Yeah. I think first, I think all of them have a point to be made. This is a very gray area. I write for thelibertybeacon.com. For November, I have planned a piece called Gray Areas. This is one of those. There's no all good, all bad, right? There's a whole lot of gray in there. So, number one, I agree with Europe must do more, we do less. Absolutely. I am for bread and bullets, no cash, because Biden corrupt, Zelensky corrupt. But please, people, Putin corrupt as the two of them combined, and none of that changes the unprovoked invasion of a sovereign nation. And the last most important point is, like it or not, this is a fact. You can agree with whether it should have been done or not, but it is fact. Bill Clinton made it U.S. policy to be Ukraine's protectorate, regardless of NATO membership or not, if they gave up their nukes as they did. It is U.S. policy to be Ukraine's protectorate, period. Again, like it or not, that is just a fact of the way it is. But again, we should be doing less, and not one penny of cash. Europe must do more. This is their backyard. I wrote on beforeitsnews.com, tinyurl.com, Putin atrocity apologists, page after page, debunking all the Putin talking points, but also I'm not supporting Zelensky. I'm supporting the Ukrainian people who have been oppressed by Russians for more than 1 century. That's history. That's a pattern of behavior. Remember, Russia invaded Finland before Hitler invaded anybody. Russia invaded Poland along with Germany. Russia, of course, held captive all the Soviet bloc states thereafter. And when the Soviet Union disbanded, what did they do? They invaded Chechnya, they invaded Georgia, now they're back invading Ukraine for a second time in 1 decade. That's a pattern of behavior. What Christie said at the end is true. When a tyrant tells you his plans, listen to them. And he plans to put the Soviet Union back together again. So yes, it is a NATO security question.
Okay, well, that's not the way that I've been seeing it, but I respect your view on it. Do you think that Chris Christie scored points there? Because he seems to be pretty aggressive on this issue, and I don't think the war would come to an end with him there.
Yeah, I don't know what the deal is with my camera. I have to keep changing the definition to get back in focus. It's just an issue with Retalk. I haven't had it with Zoom or Skype. Anyway, yeah, I think Christie potentially scored himself some points there. But again, this is a gray area. The Republican Party is a big tent party. It is split on the issue of Ukraine. We're going to have disagreements. You and I disagree on this. I just don't see Neville Chamberlainism repeat here as going to be any different than the failing it was in World War II.
Okay. So let's, well, before we move on to talking about Trump, take Trump out of this, okay, sort of, just these guys. Is there a winner? Is there, what do you think?
I don't think, again, that there's a clear winner. I think some of them may have helped each other. And let me interject this. At the end, Dana said, who would you vote off? And thankfully, well, Christie said he would Trump. Again, that's the 6-year-old antics between him and Trump going on now. It's ridiculous. I don't care how you're polling nationally, even though the idiots at the RNC make that a factor to qualify for a debate. National polls are irrelevant. We do not elect president by popular vote. All that matters is state by state by state. How are you doing in Iowa and New Hampshire? So none of them, in my opinion, should drop out if they've got donors willing to support them through to New Hampshire, and then reassess if there's any valid path to go on, because Trump might lose Iowa or New Hampshire or both. And despite both Scott and Haley being from South Carolina, I think Trump's got South Carolina wrapped up, and then we'll roll on from there. But yeah, local polls are all that matters. Did anyone win? No, other than Haley with that one dumb comment, may hurt herself. All of them had some good enough moments to potentially gain a little, but we'll have to see. But again, national poll, irrelevant. How are you doing in Iowa and New Hampshire right now? All that matters.
Okay, so we'll play that clip of Nikki Haley.
This is infuriating. infuriating because TikTok is one of the most dangerous social media apps that we could have. And what you've got, I honestly, every time I hear you, I feel a little bit dumber for what you say, because I can't believe they hear you've got a TikTok situation. What they're doing is these 150 million people are on TikTok. That means they can get your contacts, they can get your financial information, they can get your emails, they can get text messages, they can get all of these things.
This is very important for our party.
Exactly what they're doing.
This is very important for our party, and I'm going to say
you've gone and you've helped China make medicines in China, not America. You're now wanting kids to go and get on the social media that's dangerous for all of us. You went and you were in business with the Chinese that gave Hunter Biden $5 million. We can't trust you. We can't trust you. We can't have TikTok in our kids' lives. We need to ban it.
Mr. Ramaswamy, you have 15 seconds.
This is infuriating because TikTok is one of.
She seems to be like an angry mom to me.
Well, hey, I don't want you to start getting accused of being sexist, because, right, that's, if a man's aggressive, you know, but if a woman, she's a bitch. Right?
Well, no. That's not what I mean at all. I mean,
but
like,
others, somebody
Pence,
might accuse you of that angle.
Because to me, Reagan would be like a father figure or even a grandfather figure when he was president, and she's sort of like a matriarch, you know, like a Margaret Thatcher, Iron Lady, you know. She's like, you don't want to get your mom upset with you, right? But she seems like, oh, she's stern now.
I think you did that well mentioning Thatcher, a strong woman. But my concern and the point I'm making is that some may twist that to be, like I said, oh my God, he's sexist. A woman dare not stand up. But no, right.
No.
But I think, again, both of them, principles, not personalities. I'm not here to spin. I think they both had some points on the issue. I was willing to support Vivek early on. I do not now. He could be good for a cabinet post, but I don't trust him, can't support him for president, because look at his campaign finance records. Soros, PAC, front groups are helping fund his campaign, and he repeated the defund Israel parroting Ilhan Omar and Rashida Taliban garbage. Now, I agree we need to scale back our foreign aid, but you don't start with Israel, especially when Biden again is funding Iran, who is going to use that money to fund more terrorism. But TikTok, that's a gray area again. Nikki is right. We want to get kids off these apps. They're getting on at too early an age. They can't handle it. They don't belong there. But Vivek is right in that we have to approach youth where they are. You don't ignore a battlefield. Abraham Lincoln didn't get to just say, Gettysburg, Schmettysburg, let them have it, I don't want it. You know, they take Gettysburg and then roll on elsewhere then. Sometimes the enemy gets to dictate a battleground you have to fight on. And for now, that is a battleground, like it or not, we have to be there fighting on. So they both had some valid points there.
Okay, so let's take a little break, and then when we come back, we're going to get into the Trump side of things. We'll play a couple of clips of the Donald, and then we'll get Joseph to comment on all of that stuff. So do not go away. We'll be right back.
Maverick News. The world is watching.
The New World Order. Government overreach. The Great Reset. Mainstream media lies. Now more than ever, independent voices are needed. Donate now at freedomreporters.com. That's freedomreporters.com. Maverick News. The antivirus program for your mind.
Okay, so before we get into it, do you think it was wise of Donald Trump to not go to the debate and do his own thing again?
I've run for office myself, so let me just say that. And I've been involved in politics since '78. So I get, again, the gray area, both sides of the argument. I'm so far ahead, I don't need to fight in the primary. However, I've already said, I think he should be there trying to look presidential if he can tamp down his 6-year-old child that he lets out too often and be presidential and appeal to independence, right? Be above it. Speak to the people, not to your onstage opponents. Look towards the general election. And this sets up Biden for an excuse. You skip. Now, a primary and a general debate, I think, are two different things. But we all know Joe is going to want to hide in his basement again and look for any excuse to avoid a head-to-head debate with Trump or whomever, right? And you only lend a little fodder to that argument. I'm the president. I'm the incumbent. I think I'm ahead. You're a clown. I'm not going to give you, a place on the stage of equal stature with me. Now, Trump was president, though, so I don't know. His dumb base will soak that up. I would hope that wouldn't fly with independents, because, again, he's not just some random candidate now. He's the former president. So I would hope that wouldn't fly. But you see what I'm saying is you give them a little leeway and credence to use that argument against you. General and primaries, again, are different. I think you should always debate. Now, again, I ran for office in deep blue Wayne County here as a Republican, taking on Democrats who were, of course, assured almost a guarantee of winning. And they took the position, of course, why should I debate this guy? All I have is downside. But again, I think in this case, you have upside if you appeal to not the GOP base, but the independents playing the general election long game. And I just don't think he and his crew get that.
Okay, here's Trump.
He made a fortune and makes a fortune with the war. It's up there again now. I don't know if you've been watching. It's getting up there again now. So give me 4 more years and I will give you the end to this horrible globalism that's killing our country. I'll give you the return of the United States of America as the greatest and strongest industrial nation in the history of the world. Together we will dismantle the corrupt power structure that has feasted on the suffering of the American auto worker and the workers of any kind, not just auto workers, workers of any kind. We will cast from power the financial forces that have turned American cities into ghost towns to build skyscrapers in Beijing, China. We will wield every lever of government to defend you and to hold accountable those who have profited from the betrayal and suffering of the American factory workers. So sad to see. As your 47th President of the United States, I will be your protector. I will be your advocate, and I will be your greatest champion, the greatest champion that you've ever had.
Okay, so he's a man of the people, working class, blue collar. Definitely, sounds populist. He's a populist, right? So
yeah, well, they call Bernie Sanders a populist too. So I hate that. There's a left populist and a right populist. So
that's right.
But in this case, I think his approach here makes sense, right? You're complaining you need a 46% increase over 4 years because of what? Bidenomics, Bidenflation, Biden recession. I'm sorry. Take that up with your union that supported Biden and put you in this situation, not your employer. Your employer didn't do that. It's not your employer's fault or problem. And it's the same thing, right, with dues. The unions steal your money and use it for other than your strike fund. That's why they only do these wildcats, because what should be in your strike fund isn't there. It's been all given in campaign donations to the fascocrats. Take that up with your union, not your employer. Demand your union put more money back in your paycheck, every paycheck, by cutting your dues they misspend.
Okay. So let me see what else we have with Trump here. Hang on.
Yeah, while you're looking, one thing I did send out on social media, again with Christie, their 6-year-old back and forth aside, he made another valid point about the deficit and the debt under Trump. Trump may love to claim about how he and Melania cut staff and expenses at the White House to save us a few million here and there. And he loves to brag about how he went at Boeing and saved us $1 billion or so on the new Air Force One. Well, that's great on the micro level, but you didn't veto one damn spending bill your entire presidency. You didn't really go after the big dollars. You took care of a few pennies while dollars were going out the back door. And that's another reason he should be in the debate, saying, we spent too much even while I was in office. I will veto spending bills. Demand the deficit must be slashed by half my first year.
Okay, and he's certainly focused on the economy. Here's Trump.
Because you're striking for wages, but you just 2 years or 3 years if you're lucky. How will we rescue the auto manufacturing in the United States? Let's remember, you got to remember, decades and decades of this subject for 12 years. Thought of becoming, how good was that's a lot. Had the easiest, I would have had the nicest, softest life instead I have to beat these lunatics up all day long. Every day. I never heard of the word indictment. Now every 3 days. He spoke about the being indicted. He said something bad about Joe Biden. Joe Biden is the most corrupt president and most incompetent president we've ever had. No, I shouldn't have said that again for saying that. Decades of crooked politicians liking jobs as disposable and American workers as expendable. They got rich by taking bribes, rape and pillage our jobs and our weapons. Pro-union president in history. Nonsense. Think of it. His entire career, just think of it. His entire career has been an act of economic treason and union destruction. He's destroyed unions, shipping millions of American jobs overseas while personally taking money from foreign nations hand over fist. Look at the money he got from China. Look at what's coming out. China. Crooked Joe backed NAFTA. He backed China's entry into the World Trade Organization. He backed the horrendous Trans-Pacific Partnership, which would have destroyed the American auto industry had I not stopped it. You remember when I stopped it? You guys were gone. You were gone. And that was a done deal. And in fact, during the debate, I got beautiful Hillary Clinton. I don't call her crooked because I only use that name for Biden now. So I call her beautiful. She's a beautiful woman, beautiful.
Okay, so again, focused on the economy, but also hammering on Biden there. Biden trying to portray himself as, the most pro-union president in history, and Trump taking a shot at him there. And it's not hard for him to do that because I don't think Biden's record on that front is actually very good at all. I think he's quite right. What do you think?
Oh, absolutely. A couple things here. Now, first, I got to say, look at that disclaimer at the bottom of the page.
I was just going to mention that. Yes.
Right. Right.
Says, disclaimer, this video may contain potential allegations that might contradict or are not confirmed by CNN News
Now,
18.
we all know Biden lies outright in every speech.
Yeah.
Do they ever put up a disclaimer when Biden's speaking? No, of course not. Whether it be, I was at ground zero on 9/12, all right? It was 7 days later, not 1 day later, all right? You could say that's a misremember, all right? He was there. It's just was a few days later. But it's a pattern of behavior. Like I said about Russia in invading other sovereign nations without provocation. Pattern of behavior. He lies over and over and over and over again, but no disclaimer. But Trump is absolutely right. Again, take up with your union their idiocy of supporting the Green New Deal crap and the EV mandates that are costing the big three more and more and more. These record profits you're talking about are going to completely evaporate in a few years if the EV mandates continue, and they need less jobs for those. You're putting yourself out of a job, right? Are you willing to put in your contract, oh, the next time there's a downturn at the big three, we'll give back our bonus checks? No, of course not, because the commie UAW leadership only is about enjoying in the good times, and when there are bad times, that's your problem. We still deserve our good time.
Perfect, actually. They probably made them.
Do you think he's right to be focusing on the economy the way he is?
For years, for decades.
Oh, absolutely.
But I corrected him. You know how I did it? By terminating it.
Yeah, and I think, one of the big advantages for Trump doing it this way is at his event, he's going to generate and did generate, substantial audience. He doesn't have anybody interrupting him. He doesn't have anybody asking him any questions. He gets to focus on the subjects that he wants to focus on. He gets to hammer home his points. It's a great, it's just repetitive marketing to deliver the message over and over and over again to get the desired response. He controls the entire situation. It's all Trump all the time. And even though he's not involved in the other debate, we still end up talking about him because he is the leader. So you have to still mention him at the end anyway when you're doing your analysis of who won the debate, because even though he wasn't on the stage with them, he's still part of the debate in an external fashion.
Yeah, like
Comment?
I said, thelibertybeacon.com in November, gray area. Things aren't always black and white, right? Pros and cons to everything. There's no such thing as perfection. There's always trade-offs. And are you getting more good than you're getting bad? So what you're saying is absolutely the pro of skipping the debate and doing this. All him, only him, focus on what he wants to focus on rather than being set up by the unitard vision, leftist plant that, you know, RNC was stupid to insist must partner with Fox. You're again putting a leftist plant. So we're not only debating each other, we are debating a leftist asking questions, like with the amnesty thing. We did that with Reagan. We're not going to be stupid enough to do it again. Reagan said that was his dumbest mistake, right? He granted amnesty in return for border security in the bill, and of course, the fascocrats immediately got the amnesty, never funded the border security, and it created the magnet we have today. So no amnesty discussion, period, until the wall is fully built and the border is completely shut down. Then and only then is an amnesty discussion even remotely possible. But for now, I think he's best focusing on the economy. Wasn't it Carville and Clinton? It's the economy, stupid. Well, what goes around comes around, pal. It's the economy, stupid. And Bidenomics, Bidenomics, as I hashtag it, is failing everybody up and down the scale, but especially the poor and lower middle class.
Yeah, well, there he is in Michigan, kind of eating Joe Biden's labor lunch. He's definitely scoring points here against Biden and picking up support from labor, blue collar. Here's
Everybody
more.
wants to see choice in schools also. If you want to buy an electric car, that's absolutely fine. I'm all for it. But we should not be forcing consumers to buy electric vehicles. They want to buy all trucks. They want to make all trucks electric. You know that, right? They're going to destroy, you talk about supply chain, they're going to destroy the supply chain. They're forcing the truckers to go all electric trucks. Now the trucks probably don't have the power. They only go about 300 miles, whereas a diesel fuel truck goes 2,000 miles. That's a big difference, would you say? Also, the battery takes up so much room, there's practically no room left for what you happen to be shipping. The whole thing is crazy. They want to do it with boats too. I was with a boating manufacturer in a great state, South Carolina, with a great governor, by the way, Henry McMaster. And we were there 2 days ago, and I asked them that question. I said, do they want to go all electric? I said, how does that work for a boat? He said, the entire boat would be like one big battery, we'd have no room for anything else. I said, what happens if the boat has an accident, starts sinking? Do you get electrocuted if the boat sinks? The guy said, I've never thought of that, actually, but I think I gave him an idea, actually. Now, can you imagine the boat goes down and you're sitting on top of a battery? I don't feel good about that, right? In other words, you have to stop approximately for a truck 6 times for the same trip. How are they going to stop 6 times? And yet, it's not stopping these lunatics in Washington. These are lunatics. These are deranged people. And I'm not saying you can't buy an electric car. If you want to buy an electric car or a hybrid or an all-gasoline car or a truck, that has to be your choice. You should have that choice. It's great, right? I could see electric cars working great for certain uses, short-term, short-distance uses. We have unlimited gasoline. Remember that. We have unlimited. China doesn't. We have unlimited gasoline. For 500 years, we have gasoline, more than any other country in the world. Can you imagine? A few years ago, we were energy independent. Now we're begging countries to give us gasoline. Can you imagine? Now, can you even imagine? And we had the best, the lightest, the sweetest. We have the best stuff. Now we're getting it. We're taking tar. You know what tar is? It's like tar that they have to refine. You know where they refine it? In Houston, Texas. We take tar now from Venezuela. Venezuela was supposed to be the bad guys. Venezuela's getting rich. We're refining their tar. And we're not taking our beautiful, beautiful stuff. We have the best stuff, but we have the most. We have more than Saudi Arabia, more than Russia. We were energy independent, and we were going to make our fortune, and we were going to sell it to Europe. We were going to pay off our debt. We were going to lower taxes still further. It's amazing. And then these people came in and they have no clue, or they have a clue, which is even more dangerous in a certain way. Right now, electric cars don't go far enough, and they're just far, far too expensive, and people aren't going to be able to afford them. And the cost of operation is also much more. This is their option, though, if they want them. It's their option, and it's an option that some people will take, and I am all for them, but I will not allow, under any circumstances, the American automobile industry to die. I want it to thrive, and to thrive like never before.
Yeah, I think he's so on the money there.
Oh, he's
yeah,
on
absolutely.
point on a couple things. First, towards the end, hey, envirotards, look up light sweet crude, which we get here out of the ground, versus heavy crude. Also, you morons, it costs more, it burns more carbon to bring that heavy crude up from Venezuela or over from the Middle East to then refine it here. So these people aren't sensible at all. And EVs, costs, the upper middle class and the rich can afford them as a second car for short trips, as Trump was making the point. And he mentioned boats, okay? Kerry, Gore, Leonardo DiCaprio, you all claim to be environmentalists, all right? Then get electric planes. You can do it. An all-electric plane, yeah, you'll have to go back to a propeller to be driven by that electricity, but put your money where your mouth is. Put your actions where your empty rhetoric is. They don't, they won't. Micro versus macro. Well, we talked in the past too, let me throw this, the wildfires, right? You envirotards refuse to let us manage the forest to put breaks in water reservoirs, which would help prevent or at least put out the fires that are ravaging out of control because you won't let us manage the forest. And you know what? It will disrupt Bambi, but you know what will disrupt Bambi more? Being burnt to a bleeping crisp, right? So these envirotards are hypocrites. They're all over. And again, the EV prices. The left want the poor and lower middle class on public transportation, electric buses. This is about putting people out of their cars and eliminating our freedoms of mobility.
Okay. Now I put the link to enter the studio in the chat, folks. So if you would like to join the conversation and ask Joseph some questions or make some comments of your own, feel free to click on the link. I can also check the chat. I just created this banner here as well. So that's how you can enter the studio. But it is in the chat, so all you have to do is copy and paste or click on it, and it'll take you right into our studio here, and you can join the show. And we'll do a little video conference thingy here today. Instead of going to the phones, you can join with your webcam or cell phone and join the conversation.
Now, while we're waiting, one more thing on the envirotards. Well, two,
Yeah.
actually. Right. Sure. I've shared in Facebook, freaked out, of course, a picture of an oil rig, mildly cut out amongst all the beautiful, wonderful trees, juxtaposed against the cobalt strip mines. So spare me it is more environmentally friendly, and the batteries need special disposal when they're done. Micro level solar panels on people's individual homes where the energy can be stored for off-peak hours. Perfect. Love it. people should do it. But this whole idea of solar farms on the macro level, not functional, not logistically viable, and micro. I've been saying for decades now, barrel turbines, put them down the middle of highways. The wind does not have to blow. Cars going by both directions generate wind, which then those barrel turbines create energy on a local macro level. Those big things killing wildlife, including now ocean level, that you claim to want to save the whales before, now you don't give two shits about the whales you're killing. I'm tired of this hypocrisy. Micro solutions exist. They're not looking for solutions. The Green New Deal is just a money laundering redistribution scheme.
Okay, let's take a little break here, and maybe when we come back, somebody will click on that link and join the conversation. I will return with Joseph in just one moment.
The New World Order. Government overreach. The Great Reset. Mainstream media lies. Now more than ever, independent voices are needed. Donate now at freedomreporters.com. That's freedomreporters.com. Maverick News. The antivirus program for your mind.
Maverick News. The world is watching.
We're back, and look who's joining us
Hi,
now.
Gina. Is it
Hello.
Gina? Pronounced Gina, right?
Yes, it's Gina.
Yeah, even though you can't spell correctly.
It wasn't me. I'm only going with what it says on my birth certificate, dude.
Right. Well, I'm teasing you because look at my last name, right? Everybody wants to say Leonard. It's not French. It's Polish. It's Leonard. So, I have to tease you about the name thing because I, get the name thing all the time.
It's all good. I kind of have the same problem. They call me anything from Jeannie, Jenny, Joni.
It looks like Gina.
Not very often do people call me that, though. Everything else under the sun, even things that don't even start with a J. So, hey, you even works. So, whatever.
Well, in any event, to get us back on track, what are you thinking here, Gina? What do you want to ask or say, or what's on your mind?
Well, one of the first things I think is I really do like the way that Trump kind of did it separately. I think that personally, I agree with you guys there because, if he would have gone to the group thing, I think it would have just been a shit show. I think that, he would have been just, overrun and treated with disrespect and everything else. And I don't think he needs to be there. And I think by him doing it the way that he did it allowed him to be able to control the environment. And also exactly, the energy that was going on in the room. So I really think that was probably really smart of him. The other thing is, I like that Vivek guy. I really like what he has to say. He seems to be somebody that, if I was living in the States, I would definitely consider voting for, just because I just really seem to like what he has to say. However, I've also heard he is part of the WEF as well, so I don't know.
Thank you. I wanted to ask you, did you not hear me say he's Soros funded?
Right.
Soros
So,
PAC fund groups. And his comments about divesting and defunding Israel. Same thing Rashida Taliban, a fellow Michiganian here in Congress, and Ilhan Omar say. That doesn't worry you. I was willing to support Vivek until the Soros thing and the attack on Israel came up. But again, he'd make a great cabinet member in the right slot. Can't support him for president. Knowing those things, does that change your position a bit?
well, see, that's it, right? That's why I said, well, I don't know, because I mean, he sure seems to do the great talk, right? So,
He's
I mean,
smooth. He's smooth.
yeah, he's extremely smooth. But I also like his answers too, though, right? Like, it's not the fact that he's just smooth. I like what he has to say. So, I mean, it makes it really hard because, I mean, I know that, technically speaking, the WEF is not something that we want to be supporting in any way, shape, or form.
I'm glad you
But
mentioned
the
Klaus.
thing is
Yeah.
maybe this one's obvious that he's been exposed and we know that, but how many others are and we don't know it. So, I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know. Like, I mean, I honestly couldn't say, well, her or him. That woman that was on there, I mean, I know that she has a lot of really great points. However, she's a lot to take. And I don't know if she would really be quite the right candidate for the position. I mean, Pence, no. I got my own opinion about him. And, I mean, yeah, he might have been able to, get a few votes by a few of the answers and stuff that he's kind of put on the ball, last night or whatever, but I just don't like what he has to say.
Yeah. Well,
Now there was a couple of other ones in there. There was a bigger fellow. I can't remember his name. I don't like him very much. But there's I can't remember which guy it was, but there is one guy that I do like in there, but I can't remember his name for crying out loud.
Burgum makes some great points. Now, you said Vivek says some really good things. Yeah. Well, so does Tulsi Gabbard. And a lot of people are saying maybe Trump should pick Tulsi Gabbard as sort of a unity ticket. Well, Abraham Lincoln did that, and look how well that turned out for him. Tulsi Gabbard is a Klaus Schwab World Economic Forum stooge. I've met her when she was here stumping for Tudor Dixon for governor. Great person. Love her to death. Could never support her for president or VP. And that would be a red line for me. If Trump picks her, I could seriously consider having to do a write-in or an alternate party candidate because of Tulsi being a Klaus Schwab WEF stooge.
Right. And see, this is the thing. I mean, all right, so we know a few of them that are, but I mean, I've heard that a lot of them are. I don't know. Look, I mean, I don't have evidence to prove. You know what I'm saying? So that's the hard part here is, I mean, despite the fact that these people are, who they are, who they, are putting themselves to being, if they're associated with the WEF, does that, I mean, in my opinion, I don't want anybody from the WEF representing Canada or the United States. I want Canadian or American people. I don't want these people who've come from these other countries that are representing, other places or other, I mean, it's just like, what's her name? Trudeau's friend, Freeland. Same thing. She, as far as I'm concerned, she shouldn't be in the position that she's in. She's got ties to way too much, and I think that people who are in those kinds of positions should not have the family, history supporting those sorts of opinions. That's just my opinion.
Well, I've got to say one thing. They're politicians, and sometimes politicians, they network. They have to.
Oh, yeah.
And sometimes they can belong to a group, but not really be of the group. Do you call Frederick Porsche, who created the VW Beetle, the People's Volkswagen, for Hitler? He associated with the Nazis, but he really wasn't a Nazi, right? Do you remember the Council on Foreign Relations, which was kind of the boogeyman before World Economic Forum? Newt Gingrich was a member of the Council on Foreign Relations, but he was a great Speaker of the House, and I could have supported him for president because I don't think he was a CFO. He was in the group, but not a stooge for the group. So we have to be careful.
Well, I understand that because I know that, like, even in part of like the freedom groups, I might be in the groups, but I'm not of the groups, right? So, it's kind of one of those things where, I'm
guilt by association.
I float around. I can't be guilty of association because I'm like with 1,000 different groups. You know what I'm saying? But it doesn't necessarily mean I support any of them or one of them. It just means that I'm trying to get as much information as I can about whatever the environment is. It's just like, the UN thing, I've been checking into like the UN stuff and, because of all this climate change, and I want to understand their perspective of things. And, I'm following teachers, for soil health and what they're trying to do there. And they are really onto some really great stuff. But my word, people hear you say the UN and they're just like, right? And so it's really hard. I mean, to try to explain to people that, just kind of like everything else. I mean, you can't judge a book by its cover.
Yeah, the UN, I'm glad you brought them up. I believe, because in the United States, there's calls for the United States to withdraw from the UN. Right. I think that is stupid. I get their point, but it's stupid. You don't give your enemies then more influence there. You've got to be part of it. I think we should demand the UN building move out of New York and be put in Jerusalem. Let all these people that are sponsoring terrorism go to the UN in Jerusalem and deal with the terrorism that a lot of them are supporting. Get them out of safe New York. Well, after 9/11, New York was safe.
New York safe? I doubt
I
that.
think you know. I think you know and get what I'm at. But I think we need to exert more influence on the UN, not less. The United States is paying most of the bills. We should have a hell of a lot more say then.
Yeah, I agree. I think that there's only one way to do anything, and that's to get involved, literally. And put both your feet in. You gotta dangle your feet in the water. If you don't dangle your feet in the water, then you're not going to know what's going on. And if you don't know what's going on, then you're only understanding things from, this level instead of dangling your feet in the water. And things are different in the turbulence in the water than it is up here. Yeah. So, but it can all be part of the UN. But, if you're only listening to what's going on up here and you're not paying attention to what's going on down there could be a lot of things going down here that are eventually going to end up here. Well, I would like to have something down in here. I want to have the say. I want to have, you know what I'm saying? Like I want to have the ability to be able to do something. And so for myself, that's one of the things that I personally have been doing and working on. So
you make a perfect point. If you want to influence it and change it, you can't usually do it from the outside.
No, you can't.
You have to. It's the same thing with people use the uniparty bullshit label. No, there's a lot of us good Republicans, but yes, there's a lot of rhinos. Rhinos and fascocrats make up the deep state, not the uniparty. If you want the Republican Party to be better, get off your ass, become a delegate, go to the conventions, be involved. Stop screaming from the cheap seats. Yelling at the players, the coaches, the cheerleaders, and the water
Doesn't do you
boy
any good.
doesn't change the game outcome. You
Not at all.
gotta be on the field.
That's right. That's right. Well, I mean, it's just kind of like anything else, you know. I mean, like, I know this is subject. I sent Rick a video earlier about Abbotsford and what happened there at the school board meeting, and them having to, you know, the Sikhs and the Muslims. There was a few inside, but there was like thousands outside of the building, and that is, I think what needs to be done. I think that that's what we as people need to do. I think if we want change, we have to be the change, right? We can't expect George and Kevin and Bob and Rick and everybody else to do it. We have to look within ourselves and see what we can do personally, you know, I mean, on whatever level it is that we choose we can handle. And, you know, I mean, it doesn't have to be a big position. It doesn't have to be at all. You know, if you can be a parent that wants to, you know, step in and help in the classrooms, although I don't think they're really allowing that too much. When my daughter was young, I was in there every single day until the teacher in grade 5 told me I wasn't allowed anymore. And that's when they were changing the agenda. No, that's when they were changing the agenda, and they were doing a lot of things that I had some issues with. But I mean, up to that point, I was in the classroom, and I think that that's where parents should be. If they're capable of being there, I really do think that should be someplace that all of our, you know, we should have a right to be in our kids' classrooms.
Yeah, you make another perfect point that I need to expound upon. I'm sorry, there are some Trump cultists. You shall be known by your fruit, not your online virtue signaling empty rhetoric. There are people who think we elect Trump and then I can go back to sleep. No. You've got to get off your ass and be involved. We didn't get here overnight. It's going to take longer than overnight. And Trump is a man. He's not the second coming of Jesus Christ. It takes other people being involved. He can't do it all himself. Right?
Agreed.
You've got to get off your butt and be known by your fruits being involved.
Yes. Yeah, wherever you can. I mean, it doesn't matter. I mean, you know, just like the guy in that health, that Sean fellow that did the health, I don't know if you watched that program or not, but I mean, we have an opportunity to join their group. Why, you know, I would like to think and hope that, you know, a lot of us Mavericks have. But I think that there's probably a lot that probably didn't even bother to go check out the website. Well, I mean, everybody sits there and whines and complains that they want, you know, they want their health food and they want this and they want that, but they'll sit there and complain until they're blue in the face. But what actually gets done? We can't complain. We have to see where there's a problem and infiltrate and see what we can do to fix the problem.
Long term.
Yes.
One election ain't changing anything.
No.
You've got to get involved. You've got to stay involved. You can't just vote in an election and say, okay, now I get to go back to sleep. You being asleep, not you personally, you know what I mean. The generic you being asleep is what got us here. Right? The only thing necessary for evil prevail is good people do nothing. And a lot of you have been doing nothing.
For a very long time.
Right,
I mean,
that matters. Virtue signaling online doesn't amount to anything. You must do things that matter. like being a delegate, like going to committee meetings, going to council meetings, going to school board meetings, going to the party conventions to make sure you get better candidates. You can't wait till general election time in the United States. You must be involved before the primary.
That's right.
So you get a good candidate and you're not stuck with a rhino versus a fascocrat and holding your nose for the rhino, because at least the rhino you can agree with 50% of the time, whereas the fascocrat you're going to get 1% out of them.
Right. Right. So it looks like we've got a new newbie to the club here, but I don't see a face. So hi.
Hello.
Show yourself. Show yourself.
Yeah, I'm not going on camera.
I understand.
All right. So what do you have to say?
I find you people fascinating.
He's a bidummer.
I'm a lifelong Republican. No, I'm a lifelong Republican.
Oh, TDS. Okay.
I get TDS. I'm a rhino. I cannot fathom how anyone supports Trump. The guy is such a con man, such a charlatan. He wants to, if God forbid he gets back into office, Trump 2.0 will make Trump 1.0 look calm and measured. It will be such a shit show because he won't make the same quote unquote mistake that he made the first time around. The mistake he made the first time around, from MAGA's perspective, is that he actually had some adults in the room that knew what the hell they were doing. Now, all those people eventually quit or got fired, and he then said, they're so stupid and dumb and low lives, even though I only hire the best people.
Hey, he's not perfect. He hired some bad people.
He's not going to make that mistake again.
I hope not.
Yeah, there's going
to be hiring Bill Barr, who didn't prosecute a damn person.
There's not going to be any grown-ups in the room. The only people in the room will be true sycophants like Seb Gorka or Mike Flynn, or how about Mike Lindell for Secretary of Commerce. Every retarded nut job will be brought into that office.
Patriots versus deep state. You're clearly a deep state. Go along, get along. Just keep moving towards socialism, only slower.
But I was just going to say, if you get Mike Lindell in there, Secretary of Commerce, you could turn the White House into a flea market and have a garage sale in the front lawn.
Eliminate the debt.
That would be wonderful. I wonder what the employees of My Pillow are thinking, because he's taken all the money from a successful company, funneled it into all this bullshit election nonsense, and now that company's going off the cliff financially. What a shame.
Well, they choose to remain to work there. Of course, if they don't agree with the boss, they can leave and go somewhere else.
So can you guys, let's start with this. Can you explain to me, how is it that not everyone, but a lot of people who worked in the Trump administration hate him and say he's unfit for office? And don't tell me deep state, what about Hunter's laptop?
Let's avoid all that evidence stuff.
Please explain to me, because the January 6th hearings, I know kangaroo court, they're all BS, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, how do you explain the videos of the Capitol Police opening the electronic doors and waving them in?
How is it, these trials coming up, you know who's not going to be testifying? Nancy Pelosi, Al Sharpton, uber liberals. You know who's going to be testifying? Everyone from his inner circle. Can you explain that? How is it that he's going to end up in jail and all the evidence is not coming from the radical libs? It's going to come from his own people. Can you explain that to me?
Well, first of all, we don't know. We don't know whether or not he's going to end up in jail, and you're just speaking hearsay at this point. Sorry to say it.
Based on all the evidence that's come out, whether it's the documents case, whether it's the January 6th case, whether it's the Atlanta case, how is it that all the evidence, everything, is from his own people? Can you help me understand that?
Yeah, the same way the idiot Ford lied about Kavanaugh to try to take him down. These are all deep staters that don't like that they won't be able to continue to enrich themselves if we drain the swamp.
Can I tell you something? The deep state is as real as the Easter Bunny. It's utterly the deep state.
And I suppose you don't think the military-industrial complex, it must be Santa Claus too, then, huh?
I think there's some validity to making an argument that Lockheed Martin and companies of that like they do gain financially when there's war, but no, there's no evil plot going on with an industrial war complex or whatever. Like take Ukraine, for example. You guys realize not supporting Ukraine is not exactly a very Republican position in pre-Trump. Since when did we decide that it's not America first, it's America alone? Since when did we decide that?
No, it's not.
When did we decide that one country invading another was acceptable and we'll just look the other way?
I don't think it's acceptable. I think that we shouldn't. I think that this has all got to end. I think that there's a lot of money that's being wasted.
But
there's a lot of homeless people in our own country.
Zelensky and all his people, they're all Nazis, right? And they're all taking the money and buying Italian villas. Like your tax money and my tax money.
I know. And we can't seem to stop them. And see, this is the thing. See, we need to find some common ground.
Gina,
right?
that is fucking ridiculous. That's not. You can't detect my sarcasm. That's not going on. Okay, is every dollar accounted for? I'm sure it's not.
Sure.
But is Zelensky? Are they funneling young kids to pedophiles and all this bullshit and nonsense?
Every side in a war engages in propaganda. Every side. We do it. Russia does it. Ukraine does it. Everybody does it. Zelensky is corrupt. Biden is corrupt. Putin is corrupt.
What evidence of Zelensky being corrupt do you have?
Well, there are weapons on the dark web that were sent over there. So if you want to buy a rocket launcher, it's not too hard to find one.
Which may
We've
or may
shown
not
that.
be him directly, of course. Now, again, I personally know...
You just accused him of being corrupt.
I personally know some guys who are putting the pallets of cash onto cargo planes bound for Ukraine. I'm all for butter, bullets, and bread, not cash, because that money all funnels around. They're all corrupt.
That's right.
Look, without a doubt, in Eastern Europe and other parts of the world, there's corruption. Without a doubt. Okay, I'm not going to deny that. I'm not an idiot. But to say Zelensky, they're all Nazis, our money's going to, it's absurd. Zelensky should be applauded for, what that guy is doing is so brave. He's defending his people. He's standing up for himself and his country. This is raw aggression against their country. And you know why MAGA is against Ukraine and support for Ukraine? I'll tell you why. Because Joe Biden was for it. And they couldn't say, oh, we're for it too.
No, I agree with you to agree there. Some of this is Biden derangement syndrome stupidity.
Why?
And Zelensky, I don't support Zelensky. I do support the Ukrainian people. I said earlier, 100 years of oppression of Russia on Ukraine. Are some of them wearing Nazi regalia? That's a fact. It's dumb, but I understand the history of my enemy is a temporary useful ally. They saw the Nazis as liberators from Russia. It's dumb. It's stupid. But I get what's going on there. Are they wanting to round up Jews and put them in ovens like a real Nazi? No. So no, we're not really supporting Nazis. We're supporting some people who don't have their head completely on straight. But none of that indeed changes the unprovoked invasion of a sovereign nation as Putin did, which is a pattern of behavior I pointed out earlier. Finland, Poland, Chechnya, Georgia, Ukraine, several times.
Yeah, I mean, I don't understand why the MAGA world, well, I do understand. The MAGA world and the MAGA base is against us helping and funding Ukraine. Because
I'm not.
Okay, you're not, but you're the exception to the rule. You realize that.
No, this is that gray area. You're trying to paint with a broad brush. And the Republican Party is very divided on this.
Dude,
everyone I know supports Ukraine that are Republican.
Well, they must be Rhino Republicans then, because you don't understand. Like, if you disagree with Trump, MAGA is a religion.
Those are Trump cultists.
Well, the majority of the MAGA base are Trump cultists.
When you say Trump cultists, what do you mean specifically by that? Because, like, are you saying they're like QAnon people, or do you have a different take on that?
Look, the QAnon stuff is beyond crazy batshit. I mean, Jesus Christ, can it get any crazier and weirder than that nonsense? Okay. And then Trump is a cult of personality. You see these people in the Midwest and South. Look, I'm on the East Coast. I'll give you, I'm actually right down the street right now from the Orange Man. Okay. So that gives you a little clue from where I'm at. Okay. What was I saying? Oh, so, but where his base is, the people in the Midwest and the Deep South, not exclusively, but a lot of them, they think he's the greatest thing. You made a comment before, like he's not the second coming of Jesus. Well, a lot of MAGA people certainly think he is, literally. How fucking crazy is that?
Well, there's truth to that. There's some truth to that.
I've called them out several times during the show.
But you're making it sound like that those people are the fringe, and that's the base.
I think it is. I think he's kind of right, Joseph. I think a lot of his base is made up of people with that mindset.
They're nuts.
This time. Yeah.
They're nuts.
Is it Bob, or should we just call you Wannabe? I don't know what to call you, but do you think that the things have changed since the first time Trump ran? Because to me, the whole campaign now has a totally different feel, and I think that the makeup of his base has shifted a bit from it's different than it was when he came down that escalator the first time.
Well, here's where it's different. So I tell this story a lot. In the lead up to the 2016 election, the manager at the gym I went to at the time, I said, Trump's an idiot, Trump's a clown, he's a buffoon, blah, blah, blah. I could never vote for him. But Mike, the gym manager, said, Andy, you're so wrong. The guy is dangerous. And I said, Mike, give me a break. He's a clown. There's guardrails in place. There's checks and balances. It's a system. You can put the craziest person in the Oval Office. There's too many guardrails. The system won't allow them to drive the car off a cliff. Okay? I've now seen Mike was 100% right. The guy is dangerous, and that guy has deconstructed the guardrails. Trump is brilliant in how he undermines everything. And if you look at, if you read books or look at what are the 10 characteristics of an autocrat? Guess who checks off 9 out of 10 boxes? Okay? The media is corrupt. The DOJ is corrupt. The military is woke. The science community, I know more than the scientists. He undermines everything and then has the audacity to say, only I can fix it.
So
These
you think
fucking
the
idiots
woman-
around the
so
country
you-
believe this
So
shit.
you agree with Trump then? Trump still peddles the vaccine as if it's actually a vaccine. It's just a flu
Well,
shot,
again, I'm
and there
gonna
are
know.
more side
We're-
effects than benefits.
Well, I'm
so
sorry.
you
that's-
agree with Trump on that?
Oh yeah, no. The vaccine is like one of the few good things that Trump did, and how
It's the
ironic.
dumbest thing he did. It's
Okay.
another.
We have to stay. We have to
failed
stay off that
government-
topic, or we're going to get banned on
All right,
YouTube.
but-
Okay.
All right, I won't go down. We're going to disagree, but without getting into the vaccine, it just illustrates. Look, I get it. Okay, look, I'm in my mid-50s. Okay, so I remember, network news at 6:30 on ABC, CBS, and NBC. Okay, different world today. We can all get information from a zillion different sources, and that there's a lot of good to that, but there's a lot of bad, because every nut job in the world, okay, the Alex Joneses of the world pre-internet, they were in Times Square giving flyers out, and you took a flyer from them and you laughed and you threw it in a trash can. Because of the internet, the Alex Jones of the world have a voice. And not just do they have a voice, but all the other retards like them can congregate together and share their stupid ideas. Okay?
Who are you supporting? If you're not supporting Trump, who are you supporting?
Who am I supporting?
Yeah.
So if it's Biden, if it's Trump, for all I care, the Democrats could nominate a bag of dog shit, and I will vote for the bag of dog shit.
Yeah. So
Okay.
you're for high inflation, high gas prices,
No,
letting
no, no
forests
one's-
burn
no-
because
no one
we
is-
refuse to manage
No one is
them.
no one is for that. I'm not an economist, okay? I have an advanced degree. I'm not a dummy, all right? But I'm not an economist. I think it's very hard to say, well, all the inflation and all the high gas prices are purely because of Joe Biden. Like, that's kind of a simplistic way
We
to
were
put it.
energy independent until Biden shut it all down.
I'm-
Fact, not feeling.
Look, the pandemic, the war in Ukraine, there's different factors. Like, take inflation. It's not like we're the only country experiencing inflation. The whole friggin' world is experiencing it. Is Biden responsible for the inflation in Belgium right now?
Well, partly.
Well, again, I'm not an economist. I can't speak to this topic very detailed.
He's
more like a
responsible because the U.S. has the world default currency, and they printed so much money
But
and,
you know
and
what?
thrown it
Let's-
around. That's
Okay, here's my
And I
take.
won't defend Trump on that.
All
Did
right,
you hear me say Trump allowed too much spending?
Here's my take, all right? Let's say Biden is 100%, 1,000% responsible for inflation and the high gas prices. I don't think he is, but I'll give you that. I'd still vote for him over Trump, because with Trump, democracy will be gone. This whole redemption, this whole deep state, he's going to round people up. General Milley, he wants to execute. I listened to Seb Gorka this morning say that John Kelly and Mattis and Tillerson, they should all be put on trial for treason. If Trump gets back into office, we will see shit like we've never seen before. In addition, let me ask you this. If Trump got back into office, let's pretend he's not 77. Let's pretend he's 57. Why would he ever leave?
Well, why should he have to?
That's
Wait,
been.
wait,
you
he
know
has
what? That goes back to the
Wait,
left.
wait,
said that about George W. Bush. He
wait.
was going to use 9/11. He's going to cancel the.
Wait,
Spare
wait.
me this. Look who's
wait.
spinning conspiracy stupidity shit now.
Wait. Here's a guy, you're going to disagree with this, but he tried 5 different ways to overthrow an election. He has talked about the fact that, like, Putin's president for life, or he makes quote unquote sarcastic remarks like, yeah, I that would be a good thing here. Okay, he's made comments like that. Do you not think if he got back into office that after 4 years he'd say, "Yup, I'm leaving. My time's up. Peaceful transition of power"? Bullshit. He's going to do what Putin did. You know, Putin, when Putin came into power after the Soviet Union fell apart, it was a democracy. On paper, you know, technically it still is a democracy, but we all know
Hitler
it's
was
bullshit.
elected too. Hitler was elected too.
So what would
So I
prevent?
concede that point. But
What would
you're
prevent
falling
Trump?
on the Trump derangement again.
What would prevent Trump from saying, "Hey, Jim Jordan, hey, other sycophants, you know, Josh Hawley and Ted Cruz, write something up and let's amend the Constitution that I can be president for
Again,
life."
the left said the same stupid shit about George W. Bush. Now who's spewing the conspiracy nuts?
But when the left said that, okay, it was the fringe left and it was bullshit. Just because it was bullshit once does not mean it's bullshit now. The guy lost the fucking election and he did 5 different things to try to keep himself in office. Why would I think if he got voted back into office, other than the fact he'll be really old and maybe dead, why would he leave the office?
Why did he leave it?
Well, that would be a first. We'd have the
2020
first
then.
dead president.
Why didn't he just declare himself president for life after losing the election? Declare martial law like your conspiracy fantasy and suspend and overturn the election.
There were people, there were congressmen. It's documented. I forget. I think it's Ralph Norman or someone. There's congressmen. I think of Marjorie Taylor Greene at one point. They all brought up martial law. It's documented that they were like, well, maybe you should put martial law in place. You don't think that crossed their minds?
Okay. Lots of things cross their minds, but it never happened. So this is
it didn't happen, but
unicorn farts.
He almost got his vice
Could
president.
happen.
He almost got his vice president killed. Okay. They came up with that bullshit fake electorate, alternate electorate scheme. Okay.
Which the left did with Hawaii and Wisconsin.
No. Look, I've read about. Bullshit. I've read about.
Look it up.
I have looked it up.
What, on Google, CNN, MSNBC?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll go to the Epic Times instead to look it up, or Gateway Pundit. That's much more accurate. Or Breitbart.
No, try DuckDuckGo for legitimate, actual sources.
Come on, that's ridiculous. It's utterly absurd. Again, this gets back into the whole thing with media, that Trump has undermined the media. Look, do CNN and MSNBC lean left? Abso-friggin-lutely, they do. But the degree they lean left is nothing like the degree that Fox, OAN, and Newsmax lean right. It's not even comparable, okay? But Trump,
in your opinion.
But okay, yeah, it's my opinion. What do you want from me?
I see leftists all the time on Newsmax.
Huh?
I see leftists on Newsmax all the time.
I don't watch Newsmax, but
of course, that's why you're talking shit about them, because you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
No, I've seen enough of Newsmax to know it's not worth.
Meanwhile, CNN has deep state, TDS.
Again, there's no the whole deep state thing. What is? I don't get. Help me understand. Are there card-carrying members of the deep state?
No, just like the World Economic Forum isn't meeting in some hidden volcano layer plotting. They are acting on their own personal common interests. There's no outright, they have a card-carrying secret meeting every Saturday. They're all on the inside, and they like being on the inside, enriching themselves.
Holy smokes, Leo's with us, and it's loud in there, sir.
It's loud in here, but I can hear everything that guy's saying.
It's loud in there, sir. Okay, go ahead, Leo. The floor is yours.
82 million Americans can't be wrong there, buddy. Now, that's why he was questioning it, okay? There wasn't 82 million people that voted for Joe Biden.
We have to be really careful here, guys, because we're going to get banned on YouTube.
Well, again, now, you know, I have a piece on this.
Wait, he didn't
There are
get 80,
20
he didn't get 81 million votes. Oh, why? Did you go around state to state and count them yourself?
There are
That's
20
pretty impressive that you were
bellwether
able to count them on
counties
your own.
and districts that have never, ever been wrong. But all of them were wrong that last time.
Oh, but
no one has ever won the presidency with both losing Ohio and Florida. But all of a sudden, that all went out the window.
So help me understand. They went to court 60 times. They lost 60 times.
No.
His
They
own
never
attorney- his own
had the
attorney-
evidence presented. They were always turned away on standing because CODIS were cowards and refused to hear Texas versus the battleground states. And hear the evidence, they dismissed it on a technicality. The evidence has never actually been heard and ruled on. Always dismissed on technicality.
How did you like the Cyber Ninja recount?
What I liked is what you said when you said you would vote for a bag of dog shit before Trump. Well, you must have voted for Joe Biden because he's a big bag of dog shit.
Okay, but this is not about Biden. Okay, I'm not a big Biden fan, but I'm not worried that Biden is going to stay in office and put an autocracy and run the country in his image.
You're not?
No,
Look at the
why
look at the
would
dog
anyone
shit.
think that?
You're a Republican, you said earlier. Look at
Yeah.
the dog shit in the GOP last night. Who are
I'm
you going to
sorry?
pick, DeSantis or Christie?
This is Ray Epps.
The only GOPs I could vote
Right,
for
Rick,
right
you
now.
know Ray Epps. You know what I'm talking about.
That guy's a moron in the 3%ers or whatever fringe group he was with, and he did what he did.
The guy who was actually inciting a riot on January 6th is roaming free.
I don't want to hear all the Fedsurrection bullshit and nonsense. Give me a
No, again, ignore the evidence. My feelings. Oh my God, my feelings. My Trump derangement syndrome feelings are hurt.
We're jumping all over the place. To answer this guy's question, the only Republicans I could vote for are Republicans that do not have the stench of Trump on them. Christie had the stench of Trump on him, okay, but he's done a very good job of washing it off of him. I could vote for Hutchinson, and I could vote for Will Hurd. I think Tim Scott and Nikki Haley would both be good presidents. I'd never vote for them because they both know. They know what a piece of shit Trump is. They hate him more than I hate him, but they're afraid to open their mouths. Okay? Most of the GOP hates Trump. You think Ted Cruz and Josh Hawley, these are guys with Ivy League degrees. Do you think they believe 80% of the shit that comes out of their mouths? Not really.
My guess is, you know why they hate Trump so much?
Because he's dangerous?
No, because he's not part of the establishment.
Oh, stop it already! Stop with the
Stop it. Yeah,
establishment, the deep state.
He never ran for a mayor's office. He went right to the fucking top, and it scared a lot of people because he was normal. Okay, he was
guy's
normal.
supposedly a Republican.
He called people fucking retards, and he called them fucking douchebags, and you name it. Okay, and no politician talks like that. That's a normal fucking American talk. Okay. And that's why he won.
He's spewing all the left-wing talking points while claiming to be a Republican.
Well,
He's
he
a snowflake. He's a snowflake.
You like him because he hates the people you hate. I mean, I don't.
Listen, we're not going to be run by fucking transvestites and fucking Nazis.
Let me tell you a secret. I live in a heavily blue state. Okay, I have yet to see a drag queen show. I have yet to see transvestites. Look, I'm sure there's people out there but no offense, listening to Fox or Rumble, I would think that 80% of the population of my state is currently transitioning to the opposite sex. It's nonsense. It's like such a small percentage. Who gives a shit?
Yeah, but the small percentage is going to dictate to the rest of us.
Oh,
Come
yeah.
to
Oh, yeah,
Dearborn,
Mike. Yes,
come
I
to
can't.
Dearborn, Michigan.
I tell you, I
see
can't.
the drag show,
I
and
tell
the
you,
Muslims joining with Christians to fight it.
Right across North America, look at Canada. The minority of the LGBTQ WXY fucking Z movement, okay, is maybe 3% at the fucking most, and it's the minority that's calling the fucking shots for the rest of us. For the majority.
I can't speak about Canada, but guess what? Here, look, I'm self-employed. I do well for myself. Like I said, I live in a blue state. I have an advanced degree. I'm not a brain surgeon, but I'm not a dummy. Last I checked, my life is really not adversely affected by LGBTQ whatever. I could care less. They're not important. Like they can do their thing.
Peddling porn to children is fine by you, as long as Trump is not allowed to get elected to drain the swamp.
I'm sorry, what was the question?
I'm not for the war in Ukraine, by the way. Okay, and that's American-backed war, by the way. Okay, and I only live 1 mile from Leonard. I'm on the Canadian side of the border. He's on the Michigan-Detroit side. Okay, I could probably spit to Leonard's house if I wanted to.
And your point is?
But the point is this: that Ukrainian war is being fed by the fucking U.S. military and Joe Biden. We knew before the election he had a hard-on for fucking Ukraine, and now look where we are.
Again, he had a hard. Why would he have a hard-on for Ukraine? Like that doesn't make any sense.
He was heavily involved. The Bidens were already heavily involved with fucking Ukraine before the election even came, and Trump even fucking noted it.
Yeah, we've seen, like, based on today's hearings, the evidence against Biden is just so overwhelming.
Oh God, here we go again.
Ignore
show. All that evidence. You sound like Rashida Tlaib.
What evidence?
I think you're in the wrong. Like, we are freedom of speech over here, but I definitely think you're in the wrong fucking group, pal.
How about the SAR reports? How about Bobulinski? How about, who's the other guy? And then the third guy who's in jail, they threw under the bus, involved in the Biden corruption.
What about Lev Parnas, who said it's all bullshit?
Wow, this is like I said, we're not on YouTube anymore, right, Rick? I think
I took it off because we were definitely going down the wrong road for YouTube. But you guys go ahead.
82 million fucking people can't be right, or are they right? He didn't get 82 million fucking votes. If you honestly think that,
like I said, did you go around state to state and count them? That's pretty impressive.
What, count the fucking dead, the missing?
Did you see the geo data in the Dinesh D'Souza movie, which alone disqualifies particular states from certifying their election? There was fraud.
Just wait to the upcoming trials.
Help me understand
how it is that people who were in the room, people that were there, whether it's Pat Cipollone, whether it was Cassidy Hutchinson, whether it's Mark Meadows, who's going to fucking nail Trump, okay?
They're credible, but Bobulinski and the others who were in the room with Biden, they're not credible.
Look at Hunter. Look at the fucking Hunter tapes. Hunter on fucking crack. Hunter with a gun. Okay.
He's a despicable person. What role in the government is Hunter Biden in?
Well, he was acting for the fucking for the big guy. As long as he got his 10%.
He's a despicable crackhead. And that's not in the government.
And that's
they refuse to prosecute. They refuse to prosecute because he's the son of the corrupt person.
Yeah, so do the privilege get off easy at times?
Yeah.
Liberal privilege, yes. It's not white privilege, it's liberal privilege.
Just like why isn't Trump in jail? Last I checked, you go around. Last I checked, you go around threatening judges and prosecutors and saying the crazy shit he says. If any of us said that, do you think we'd still be at home awaiting trial?
Well, he has rights because he's the president
No,
of the United States.
It all depends if you're a liberal
Gina,
or not.
that was the dumbest argument. Wait, Gina, I'm sorry to rip you a new one, but that's the dumbest thing I ever heard.
If you're a liberal, you can say whatever the fuck you want to say,
can't
right?
threaten, Gina, you can't threaten prosecutors and judges. It's illegal.
But you can threaten the head of Ukraine to fire a prosecutor, or you won't get the billions of dollars.
I'll get back to that.
That's on tape. He said it. We all saw it. But no, Biden's not corrupt in any way.
No, not at all.
Wait, can I table that for right now? Because I'll gladly address that as well. But Gina, I'm sorry, you just said literally like the dumbest thing ever. Do you agree you can't yell fire in a crowded theater?
No, but that's not a free speech issue.
Okay,
it's an issue of fraud in the inducement and inciting riot. That's not a fucking speech issue. Bad example. You lose.
No, you don't even. I'm getting to what Gina said. That my point of contention was.
It's just like all the other presidents. How many presidents have you ever seen go to jail for anything they've ever done? Just answer that question.
Because we've never had a psychopath.
Right. No. I disagree. Every single president has done something wrong in one way, shape, or form. But because they're the president, they get away with it. So the bottom line is,
Hillary Clinton still denies she lost the 2016 election. So fucking spare me. You can't question an election.
Other presidents have shoplifted a pack of gum from 7-Eleven and maybe a bag of Cheetos. Trump robbed 100 banks. They're not even comparable.
Why do liberals hide their faces all the time?
I'm not a liberal, dude.
Well, you're hiding your fucking face. It makes
because I don't want to be on. I don't. Because
and
you know
we
what?
all
Because
know why.
Because the MAGA people are fucking nuts, and I don't want my face to be shown.
This is Ray Epps.
I don't. I saw what they did to the Capitol. I saw. You just wait till the violence we're going to see when Trump gets jailed. Okay. I don't need my face.
He's not going to jail.
Okay, whatever. But Gina, I want to get back to.
Let's wait and see the violence from Antifa, who are literally Hitlerian brown shirts, silencing with violence their opposition.
Gina, I still want to get back
when
to
Trump gets elected.
Gina, I asked you before, would any of us, if we were indicted and we threatened the judge and the prosecutor numerous times, we would be, rightly so, thrown in jail.
We are not of that crowd of people that have the protection.
Right.
So yes, you're right. If I were to say something like that, I could be, arrested for that, or same as you. But that's because we don't have the privileges that they have. So you're talking about two different things that they're not even associated.
But
you can't even compare. That's like comparing salt with pepper. I'm sorry, sir, but there's no way to compare those two herbs. You just can't.
There's a line to look. He's going to get nailed in the documents case. And I already know, wait, don't start saying it. Biden did the same thing. No. He declassified it all.
And so did Trump. He was president. He has the right to declassify him.
Biden was nobody. A fucking sitting senator.
Biden has documents from his Senate days that were not declassified. He did not have presidential executive privilege when he first took documents.
When they found documents at Biden's garage or whatever, okay, what was the first thing Biden did? They self-reported it. Yeah, he fucked up. He shouldn't have had those. I can't make an excuse of why he had them. But guess what? They said, we've got this shit. We shouldn't. Hey, we don't, Pence did the same thing. How do you,
See my point? See
how
my
do you-
point? You're admitting that everybody's doing the same thing that he's being held responsible for. I'm sorry, sir, but despite what you have to say, it just simply doesn't work. They have rights that we will never have.
Sandy Berger literally stole classified documents that
And
pointed
shoved them in
to
his
Bill
pants, I
Clinton's
know.
involvement in 9/11
Fucking look at
from
Hillary.
the Smithsonian. Nothing was done with him either.
That's right. And they won't. They won't. They
Guess
will
what?
not. They
Guess-
all have rights that we do not have. You know what? They
Trump-
take their work home with them. You know what? Maybe we don't agree with that, but come on, now they're human beings.
Yeah,
Let's,
well,
that's
Gina,
the reality of the
I
fact
agree
is-
with you, Gina, there, but the Sandy Berger thing, literally stuffing secret documents down his pants out of the skiff to avoid connection of Clinton and 9/11, that's not privileged documents.
Wait. I got to get back to work because I'm driving motherfucking America. Okay, the economy is still somewhat strong over here in Canada, and we're driving it for you Americans. Much love, Rick.
Thank you, Leo.
I'll be
Right,
right
caller.
back. I gotta go take a potty break. I'll be
There you
right
go.
back.
Thank you, Leo.
Hey, thanks, unidentified caller. You're welcome anytime. Thanks, Rick.
Take care, my man.
Bye, Leo.
I don't even, you know what I encourage you, I'm going to give a plug to a website and podcast, if you don't mind. There's a fantastic website and podcast. It's all run by conservatives, okay, or you would call them rhinos. It's called The Bulwark, Bulwark. It's people like Bill Kristol, Charlie Sykes. It's conservative. It's people that were considered before Trump. They were right-leaning conservatives, and they won't go along with the Trump cult. They have like Liz Cheney. Okay, I know you all hate Liz Cheney. I don't mean to jump.
I don't hate anybody, so don't put words into my mouth.
Fine, you don't like her, whatever. Can I ask you, before January 6th, what did Liz Cheney do to upset anyone in MAGA? It's pretty conservative, right?
I haven't spoken anything about her, so don't.
Same with Adam.
I
Same
can't
with
say.
Adam Kinzinger. Kinzinger and Cheney, they voted for Trump like 95% of the time. These are conservatives. So how do you explain that because they stood up and said, this is insane, you can't do what you're trying to do, that they were marched out in the field and shot? Okay, not literally, but proverbially. Why?
I didn't have anything to do with that.
Because it's a cult. The only measuring stick is, are you loyal to Trump? I like that person. He says nice things about me. Okay?
I agree with you.
And the
Martin
loyalty.
Luther King, content of character.
And
Trump's character sucks. He's a 6-year-old child on the inside. No disagreement with me.
Okay,
from
well,
there.
do you
But
think-
again, until you prosecute Sandy Berger and Senator Biden, I'm not at all interested in your bullshit about the Trump documents, who actually had executive privilege, where the others did not.
We're jumping all over the place, but did I hear you correctly? Do you think that Trump was responsible for Pence almost being killed?
No.
You don't?
No, that was CNN and MSNBC playing. Do you believe that Trump said neo-Nazis in Charlottesville were good people?
No, Trump got hosed. The majority of what's reported on Trump is accurate, but the Charlottesville thing was completely taken out of context. They screwed Trump on that.
Wow,
I
a
agree.
truth. One truth, anyway.
Yeah,
He was talking about the people on both sides of the statue discussion.
Yes, I agree.
Not the neo-Nazis.
I wholeheartedly agree. Trump, but you can't take that one incident and use it to justify the 1,000 other horrific things he says and does. Okay, yes.
Most also taken out of context.
No, no, absolutely not. No, I'm sorry. When he says Putin's a great guy, he's a smart guy. I exchanged love letters with Kim Jong-un. Bolsonaro's a great guy. Why does he love all the world's autocrats and he does not get along with any of our allies?
Yet Biden is sending
Can you explain that?
billions
Stop,
to
Jake.
Iran.
Joseph, stop.
Who's funding our enemies
Joseph,
as
stop.
opposed to talking nice and trying to get along with them
Joseph,
not
stop.
get into a war?
Stop
the
with the
two aren't the same.
Stop with the whataboutism.
You love whataboutism when it suits you. You can't stand it when it makes you lose your argument.
No. Sorry.
Why do you think the people on the are why do you think Democrats, Republicans, MAGA people, people on the left, why do you think people see things so differently today? People are so either polarized and in love with Trump to the point where they see him almost as a deity, and on the other side, we've got people like you who see him as dangerous. Why? Why has that happened?
Because the majority of the country is in the center. Okay, there's a far left fringe. It's small and nuts, and it is what it is. But the MAGA world, Trump is. I hate to put it this way, and I'm generalizing. Trump has rounded up all the fucking idiots and morons in our country, and put them together into a voting bloc. Okay? And look, I have Trumpers in my family. They're the one, like the guy that makes $12 an hour digging ditches in Arkansas. Okay, I get it why he loves Trump. He ain't exactly the most worldly of people. Okay, the guy digging ditches in Arkansas. But
he sides with the university. What college did you graduate from? That's going to tell us a lot.
I'm not going to say.
Well, of course you're not. Because you're an elitist.
I know, I'm an elitist. Right, because we hate people that went to school and are smart. Better that you don't go to school and you're dumb. That's much better. The point I was going to make is what drives me nuts is I have friends that came out of Ivy League schools, make a boatload of money on Wall Street and in banking and whatever, and they live in $2 million homes. They do very nicely. These are educated people, and they support Trump. That's what fucking drives me nuts. They're the exception. They're not the norm for MAGA. The norm for MAGA are the people missing teeth in Kentucky that think he's that he was sent from Jesus. But he was sent as the next Jesus or whatever.
Okay, let me ask you that. Why do you think they look at him in that way? What has happened to them psychologically?
Right.
What is it?
Why would the guy without teeth in Kentucky, like a supposed billionaire from New York that only wears suits, has a golden toilet and gaudy, it makes no sense. Like on the surface, it makes no sense at all. At least like Ross Perot, if you remember, he was a super rich dude, but he pulled himself up by his bootstraps. He was from Texas. Right. Trump.
So again, I ask the question, what is it that happened that got to these folks to convince them that Trump is, well, I think Messiah? Was that the word you used?
He's a Messiah. He's the second, whatever.
Why? Why do they think like that?
I don't think there's one reason. I think there's a number of factors. Mm-hmm. I think Trump is, frankly, very clever in how he does a lot of things. He's not a dummy. In some ways, he is a dummy, but when it comes to manipulating people, he's not. He hates the people that they hate. Okay, like the whole transgender issue. And I don't want to get into it again, but as you heard me, I'm not big on all this transgender nonsense. One of my biggest fears or nightmares would be one of my kids wanting to transition. But but I had a better chance of getting hit by lightning than one of my kids wanting to transition. Like, it's just not, it's not a commonplace thing. But Trump.
Have you attended one school board meeting ever in your life?
Yes, and my good friend is the president of the board of ed here in my town. What's your point?
The point is that there's a whole lot probably going on.
No, there's
under your nose.
Can I tell you something? No, I can't speak about schools in Kentucky or Mississippi, but here in New Jersey, okay, especially I live in a very nice town where I pay a lot of taxes and therefore the school district's very good. Okay, guess what? They're not giving pornography to the second graders. Okay, that's not happening. They're not showing porno movies to the fifth grade. Like, these things, I get it. There's some uber liberal school on the Upper East Side or in Vermont that did some crazy shit. Okay, I get it. There's nuts out there on the left. But because it happened somewhere in Vermont with a bunch of nuts, the next step is not, it's going to come to the whole country in a month. It's not a thing. It's not. I can't speak to other school districts.
Like that all didn't start in California and is now in every state. Yeah,
What?
that never happens.
Critical-
We just want tolerance and acceptance to now compelled speech. You must bake the fucking cake whether you want to or not. Yeah, no, that's not happening. That didn't just go to the Supreme Court.
There's not, it's like critical race theory, transgenderism. These are like, it's like me saying, look, are there despicable, horrible white supremacists in the MAGA base? Yeah, there are. They're not a lot, but there are. Okay? It would be like me saying all MAGA people are white supremacists that want to kill Jews and blacks or whatever. Like, that's a ridiculous statement for me to make. Okay? The same thing of saying, like, critical race theory is being taught everywhere. It's ridiculous. It's taught in a handful of places at the college level. Okay? It's not a thing.
No.
Yeah. Oh, the seventh graders in your school district are being taught critical race theory. Come on.
You are a useful, no information voter.
Yeah.
FOIA your school documents. Get the contracts, get the syllabuses. FOIA a demand for all the books. Demand an ability to go to the library and look at the Colleen Hoover porn that I guarantee is there
Is in
if you
your
will
kids'
fucking
books.
open
Yes.
your eyes
That's right.
to see
That's
it.
right.
You know what? My kids went through the school system. My daughter went to a top-notch college, and she's now at her third year working at Google, making ridiculous money. She works her ass off, but she makes great money working for Google.
So your kids aren't in the system right now. So you're sitting there arguing about something that, like, I know, like, I've got a friend who's a teacher in Calgary who doesn't even know if she was going to come back to work in September because they're telling her that she has to have Pride Day 1 day a week. 1 day a week in her school.
Yeah, not month anymore.
A week.
But hey,
Every
it's
week.
not coming to the whole country.
If you want to do Pride, if you want to do Pride once a week, then you need to do Muslim once a week. You need to do Christian once a week. You need to do all of those once a week.
Where's
There
my
is no.
right?
There's
Where's
no
my
one
straight
white
gets male
more
Pride
privileged than
week?
the other.
Rick,
Where's my straight white Pride week?
To answer your question, this is why. Trump saw this and said, I can capitalize on this.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. I mean, there's no question. This particular issue has been actually an issue that the conservative side and the populist side have touched on many times. Rush Limbaugh used to touch on this too. So I know that it's a strategic thing to use as a
But it's not as if
tool,
we don't
right?
have evidence of it happening.
Sure,
Again, we just want tolerance and acceptance.
and
but
all
now
teachers-
you must bake the cake. Pull that shit at a Muslim bakery. You don't see it, it ain't ever going to happen. Meanwhile, Muslim nations are stoning gays to death, but not a peep from that crowd, because it's not about the cake, it's about attacking Christianity and Western culture.
But see, sure, go ahead.
Can I get to, so you touched upon something, and again, we're jumping all over the map. We've jumped around the world 20 times here. But this whole thing about Christianity being attacked, you know, with Bill O'Reilly, the war on Christmas. Give me a fucking break. You know, like, there's no war on Christians. There's no, like, again, this is
no, they're only being sued in court.
Right.
To compel them
in
to
fact,
make a case. But there's not a Muslim case, not a Jewish case, not a Hindu case, only against Christians. But there's no war on Christianity.
Getting back to the school issue, I want to bring something, this drives me nuts, okay? Because we all know, and I'm saying this tongue in cheek, that Merrick Garland and the DOJ have called all school parents domestic terrorists. Have you ever read Merrick Garland's 5-paragraph memo? Rick, have you read it?
No, I haven't read it.
So I've read it. Let me tell you something. For starters, it does not use the words domestic terrorist, but that doesn't mean you can imply that without using those words. But that memo, you know what the gist of that memo was? And again, go Google it, go DuckDuckGo it or whatever, and you can look it up. It's public information. The gist of that letter was to all law enforcement by the Attorney General saying, hey, law enforcement, heads up. We're seeing kind of a concerning trend here. We're seeing violence at local school board meetings. We never really used to see that. But because of the heightened political fractions in this country, we are now seeing
when you're attempting to groom children, parents might get a little crazy.
Stop cutting me off, please.
What about Antifa and blackline Marxists burning down cities? That violence is okay by you.
Joseph, can I stop changing the topic? I'm just talking about this letter right now.
You're picking and choosing.
Okay, fine. Well, I'm picking an example that shows how the right...
The leftist agenda is what you're picking and choosing.
Well, go ahead and finish your point.
So my point is, that letter, that memo, if you read it, it's simply the Attorney General doing a good job of saying, hey, law enforcement, here's a trend we're seeing. Keep it in mind because... gee, at the next school board meeting, maybe you want an extra cop or two there because we're seeing some people get out of hand. Okay? Not we're going to spy on them, not we're going to round them up and put them in jail. They're all domestic terrorists. You read that memo, it's a normal memo that you would want the U.S. Attorney General putting out to law enforcement. Here's a trend we're seeing. Be aware of it. Just a heads up. And the right and MAGA has taken that and they've spun this narrative into like Merrick Garland.
You expect a fascocrat to openly say, I want the FBI to infiltrate the Catholic Church like they've been doing. They don't do that, dummy. They innuendo, they hint, and then they know what the marching orders are. And again, where are the BLM and Antifa arrests for literally burning down cities?
As far as I know, no offense, a lot of people were arrested in those riots. There were people, did everyone get rounded up and jailed? No. But were there a lot of people that did crazy shit like attack people and burn buildings and cars? And guess what? They got arrested and thrown in jail.
Yeah, but the three that attacked Kyle Rittenhouse didn't. Kyle Rittenhouse, who was defending the black community and defended himself as he had a right to do, was arrested. because that was the left gun hysteria narrative.
Again,
But yeah, let's let off the blackline Marxists who were burning down the city Kyle was protecting.
Is that a golden doodle?
Yeah, well, he's an Aussie doodle. His dad was a golden doodle, but
I have two golden doodles.
His name is Seth.
What is his name? Seth?
Seth.
S-E-T-H?
Yes.
That's my brother's name.
Yeah, I saw the kitty earlier. Beautiful cat. What's the cat's name?
Her name is Sesha.
So, but Rick, getting back, you asked an excellent question, like how did we get to this point or what galvanized these people?
Mm-hmm.
It's really, in my opinion, you can't put your finger on one thing. It's a number of things. It was Trump undermining institutions. It was the rise of multiple media channels where everyone has a voice no matter how fucking nuts you are, okay? A la Alex Jones, okay? I don't want to dwell on Alex Jones, but can we agree that Alex Jones and what happened in Sandy Hook is pretty fucking reprehensible? Like, can we agree on that? Or was Alex Jones right? It was a false flag operation and they were crisis actors.
Yeah, Alex Jones is a nut.
Okay,
we're going to agree on that.
And what he
is
did,
Alex Jones right sometimes?
Actually,
Sure.
I think
Clock is right
I don't think
twice
Alex
a day.
Jones is a nut. I think he knows exactly what he's doing, and he's a very smart guy.
Oh, he's a very
Controlled
smart. He's a very
opposition
smart.
and he's
He's a
making
very
money.
smart guy.
He's making
Anyone
money.
that can sell bullshit supplements that are like sugar pills or salt pills for $50 a bottle or whatever, yeah, he's a brilliant con man and charlatan. Okay, you know.
So you've tested his products and you know this for a fact?
No, I've never. Yes,
Okay.
I've never tried it, but something tells
Well, that's
me.
not really fair then, is it?
Yeah, it
I
is.
don't disagree with him on that point, although, again, yeah, no,
But do you think
nor
it's
have
pretty?
I tested
Do you
it.
think? Look, what happened at Sandy Hook is horrible, 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 and I don't want to get into gun control or it, but can we agree that some teenage kid that was fucked up in the head committed an atrocity and 20, 30, whatever the numbers were, young kids were killed and a few teachers.
Yeah.
Horrible, horrible thing. And
Far
for Alex,
less-
and for
far
Alex
less-
Jones to come in and come up with, let me come up with some conspiracy theories and make a whole show and I can get a year's worth of content out of this.
Yeah.
It's really fucking despicable.
I agree with you on that, but let's discuss the root cause.
But the problem is,
if there were a legal gun carrier there, statistics show
stop changing.
2.3
Joseph,
die
you can't-
as opposed to 14.3
Jo-
in your gun-free slaughter zone.
Joseph, I
So
don't-
you're
Joseph.
dealing with a symptom, refuse to deal with the root cause.
Joseph, you're committed to broaching every topic we can here. Like, I don't want to get into like gun control is a whole 5-hour discussion in itself. So we're discussing media and how anyone can have a voice. I'm using Sandy Hook and Alex Jones to illustrate that point. I don't want to now all of a sudden jump into gun control conversation.
Because you can't deal with the root cause. You can't. You're
I'm not-
dealing with
Rick,
the
am I making?
circumstance.
Rick, you seem like a sharp guy. Am I making sense?
Yeah, and I'm with you on some of this stuff. And actually, I've sitting in this chair night after night after night, and just being exposed to media and researching every day for content. I'm looking at everything, and I think you're on the right track. I'm even further down the road in kind of figuring this stuff out, I think. But yeah, I see why people see Donald Trump as a deity. And I just don't think you've progressed quite as far as I have, probably just simply because you're not, like, we're on the same page. We are.
Yeah.
And I'm concerned about it because I see people looking up at the sky and they're afraid of clouds.
He's a brilliant showman. He is. He's an entertainer. You know.
Yeah. I think you give him. I honestly think you're giving him too much credit, because I think that he is just one of the cogs in the machine, and he's sort of like a front man. There's a whole organization and system around him. It's an information system. Alex Jones is part of it, and I'll let you talk about it.
Yeah, if Trump, I agree. If Trump had a massive coronary tonight from too many cheeseburgers and he's gone, and if that happened, can you imagine the conspiracy theories that would come out?
Oh,
But I digress.
Yeah.
The damage is already done. Trump has already injected the poison into the system, and it has now circulated. So even if Trump kicked the bucket an hour from now, it's the damage has been done, and I'm not sure how it'll ever be fixed.
See, here's the thing. Trump didn't inject it. Trump just benefits from it. Right. There's a system, and he was recruited or selected or I think he's made a deal with the people or organization that runs this whole thing. And that's why I asked you this. I think the Trump campaign right now feels different than it did when he first came down that escalator. And that's because this system, and I'm afraid actually to kind of talk about what it is here tonight. But yeah, he's just at the front of it, and he's latched onto it, and it's oh my goodness, it's it's all part of this information system, and you can call it warfare if you want.
And it's dangerous.
Some of it is. It is. It absolutely is. In some cases, they're weaponizing mental illness, and I'm seeing it up here in Canada now too.
So I'm going to tell you a quick story. My father's side of the family is German Jewish. We lost a lot of people in the Holocaust.
Yeah.
My father used to tell me and my siblings, never forget, it could happen again. Right. And I always used to say to my dad, no, Dad, it could maybe happen in like third world countries, but like here in the U.S., I know Germany in the 30s was a very modern, cutting edge country, but no, we're more worldly now. We all travel, the internet, like that couldn't happen here. It wasn't until the rise of MAGA. Now, I'm not saying Trump's going to come after Jews, but if Trump decided tomorrow, you know what? I hate those fucking Norwegians. Let me demonize the Norwegians. I know I'm coming up with a kind of a preposterous example.
No, you're not, actually.
But if he decided...
FDR, look at FDR. Rounded up Germans, rounded up Japanese, illegally and unconstitutionally without their due process.
But in their defense, I'm not saying it was right what they did, but there was some semblance of logic behind it. There was a war going on. We were fighting those countries in a war. My point is, if for whatever kooky reason that Trump decided he hates all Cambodian people, just pick any random country, that if he started demonizing Cambodians and saying they're wrecking America, blah, 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 the MAGA base would start going out and doing crazy shit against Cambodians.
Yeah. Projection. It's okay for AOC and the left to say we need concentration, re-education camps for Christians because, they support Trump. That's okay. That's okay by you.
I'm not. Look, I'm going to turn to Rick again because I think Rick gets it and agrees with what I'm saying. Like, Trump, here's another thing. Do I think, because I'm Jewish, I'll use Judaism as an example. Do I think Trump is an anti-Semite? No, I don't. Okay. I think he's just indifferent. He doesn't give a shit. He's a narcissist that only cares about himself.
Yeah, the Abraham Accords. The guy who brought peace between Saudi Arabia and Israel.
That's not where he's going. Let him finish.
So I'm not worried that Trump is an anti-Semite. But if some enormous anti-Semitic group, if they're pro-Trump, well, they're good people. I like them. oh, they don't like Jews. Well, I don't. I've never heard that. I don't know. Like, he's not exactly going to stand up whether someone hates a certain ethnic group or whatever. You know, like QAnon. Okay, he was asked about QAnon in an interview a few years ago. And rather than saying, yeah, you know what, I don't know much about it, but from what little I've heard, those people are really fucking nuts. They believe in some crazy shit. Instead, he says, well, I don't know much about it, but I hear they like Trump very much. And therefore, you know, as long as you like him or pretend to like him, then you're good. So if the American Nazi Party or the We Hate All Brown People group or whatever, if they're like, hey, Trump, you're the best, that's all he gives a shit about. That's all he cares about. He is narcissistic off the charts. I don't think, you know, and that's beyond dangerous.
Yeah, there's a psyop going on, and they are weaponizing mental illness, and they've propped Trump up as a deity, as a religious cult-like figure within that core group. And it was just on the edge, but it's grown, absolutely. I see that for sure. And you know what? I'll say it out loud. It's Q. That's what it is. And there are different levels of indoctrination into the Q culture and the Q psyop. They take you down a ladder. And I've been looking at it at length. And that group is dedicated to Trump. It absolutely is.
And is there any iota of QAnon that you see and say, oh, they make a good point with something?
It's like everything that they do is starts with a kernel of truth, and then they wrap all kinds of crazy shit around it in order to undermine trust, especially in institutions, in government.
Yep.
And then they present Trump, in this case, as the solution. But I'll tell you this, it isn't Trump. Trump has just been afforded the opportunity to take advantage of this. And that's not to say that every Trump supporter is in there with them. But that group is expanding and growing, and he knows it. And so that's why he says, I don't really know much about it, but I think they really like Trump, because everything in Q is about Trump. It absolutely is. And there are different levels of it. I see it up here in Canada as well. It's all the way up here. And I could get into real extensive lengths on this.
I saw something in Canada. There's like some Filipino woman or something. Do you know who I'm
Romana de Dildo. Yeah,
crazy.
she's
like this little short old Filipino woman that they all worship.
It is all connected.
It's fucking crazy.
Yes.
It's crazy. These people are out of their fucking minds.
You're finally plugging into it. It's all part of a network.
And then,
information psyop.
As long as we're talking about religion. Now look, I'm not a very religious person, and people that are religious, hey, good for them. I have nothing against it. Trump has probably been to church twice in his life. And there's nothing wrong with that. I'm not knocking him for that. But these people that think he's a holy man and that he's, forget the fact he sleeps with porn stars. Forget the fact he's been divorced and remarried 20 times.
Cheated on every wife he ever had.
And look, I mean, let me just explain.
They talk about him like he's Mother Teresa. It's like, he's not fucking stepping foot in church.
Yeah.
Well, how stupid do you have to be to think that?
So, just to explain a little further about what I'm saying, I'm not saying everybody's like that on the Trump side. They're not. There's a group of people that are being manipulated, and they are being it's all within that. It's just what I said. The psychological manipulation pushes them toward Trump. In fact, the people here in Canada who are in that camp or part of that system and have been pulled into it, they view Trump in exactly the same way. And there's another layer to it up here in Canada as well. But I'm not saying that everybody is like that. That's on the MAGA side, but there's an element of it.
And I wish we could say, well, QAnon was this tiny little fraction.
It's not anymore.
Yeah, it's not. I'm not. Yeah, I agree with you. It's not 90% of his base. I don't know what percent it is, but it's substantial. It's not some little tiny. There's a dozen nutcases out there.
Yeah. And a lot of people who are involved in it and have been pulled into it don't even realize they have been.
Correct. Yeah. I've watched these things on Rumble. Oh, well, today Trump said that he shot an 83 playing golf. And if you take 83 and you divide it by this and add it by, they just start coming up with all this crazy. Oh, see, this is Trump's code. When he said he shot an 83 in golf today, that's code for, and they just come up with some insane thing.
There's all kinds of crazy shit.
And I'm looking at these people, and they look like normal people. They have teeth. They speak English. They're not drooling on themselves. And I'm like what the fuck are these people thinking?
The term strange bedfellows comes to mind because I find it very interesting that Rick is now in a position defending government.
No, I'm not. No, I'm just saying that there's no, Joseph, I'm just telling you that there's something going on out there where people are being subjected to online psychological manipulation, and it's very dangerous, and it's not even clear. You're not supposed to really know who is behind it and who is doing it. It could be foreign governments. It could be it's a variety of political organizations, but it starts from a particular place. And my research into this, I've been researching it, and I'm getting closer and closer to the core. So I'm just telling you, it's a real thing. It's a real problem. And it is actually dangerous because some of these people are right on the edge. And it's driving people loopy. It is a problem. And it's not just, I'm telling you this too, it's not just on the MAGA side. It's not just Q. It's on the other side too. There's psychological manipulation going on, and you're seeing it on the far left fringe over there too. It's a different thing, a little bit, but that's going on over there too, and that's why you see the craziness on that side. Now you take, in addition to that, up here in Canada, you take in addition to that the legalization of some drugs, especially hard drugs, the encouragement of people to use hallucinogenics like LSD, even the CBC up here. If you listen to CBC radio, they tell people that it's a good idea to use LSD. And if you combine that, which if you go back and look at the actual MK Ultra experiments in mind control and manipulation, which is a real thing, and there's an actual lawsuit going on right now in Canada over that because of the experiments that were done. But if you look at that, what was the chemical that they used back then and still going on today, very likely? LSD. You combine that drug and other uses and other drugs with the most powerful form of media ever invented, social media, and people are worried about 5G. You don't need to worry about 5G controlling your mind. It's already here on the screen in your hand. And they are bombarding people 24/7 with repetitive messaging, which is just like advertising. Only it's psychological manipulation. And because it's social media, they can target people very specifically so that they get into this information bubble, echo chamber, and they just get hammered on it from the time they wake up until the time they go to sleep at night. And it's over and over and to the point where they get paranoid. They're delivered all this negative messaging to undermine their trust in government, society. They're afraid to breathe the air because it's poison. They're afraid to drink the water because it's poison. They're afraid to eat the food because it's poisoned. They're afraid to do anything. They think everything is out to get us. And there's, again, some truth in some of that. But when you get that far down, you get really loopy and crazy to the point where you think there are 3 or 4 Donald Trumps because you're told that that's the case. They tell you that, JFK is still alive. And people believe it. Or JFK Jr. is coming back to be the president. And that's all actually happening. And I run into these folks all the time. And it is actually dangerous because when you get to that point, they can actually take you and feed you messaging because you are now so whacked out and paranoid. They can manipulate you and get you to do things that you should not do, up to and including committing criminal acts.
Yep.
And that is really what is going on. And I guarantee you it's going on the other side too. But I run into it here all the time. And I am disturbed by it. I wrestle with it here every night because it's a mental health issue at this point. And I don't know how we come back from it because it's not even clear who's controlling it.
Yeah. But there's only one side I know wants people doped up to dumbness.
One side that what?
There's only one side I know of pushing the legalization and dumbing of people, legalizing mushrooms and LSD and heroin. There's only one side I know doing that because they want you doped and malleable.
I don't, and again, I'm not a Democrat, but I think I'm speaking on a topic I don't know too much about, so I don't want to, but I've seen articles and read, like when it comes with, what are with the mushrooms, cycloblin or something like?
Psilocybin.
That there's been, I know nothing about it other than they've done a lot of research on it and they now think that mushrooms and like in a controlled environment and managed by a doctor or psychologist, that it can really treat depression or addiction. So it's not like I don't hear anyone on the left saying, hey, we should be able to get whatever drugs whenever we want, and but
You're
there
not
are
looking very hard then.
Huh?
You're not looking very hard then.
Okay.
California.
Yeah, I mean, if you go west here in
Oregon.
Canada, you go to BC. There, you get hard drugs out there now, man. It's like they're liberalizing the drugs for sure up here.
Well, that's a problem, and I don't want to see that. But my point is, there are some valid uses of some of these things. Like Special K or something is another one that they think treats depression.
Well, I mean, that's what they say, but I'm not so sure I trust a lot of this modern stuff because I mean, they're telling me that they need to take people who are suffering from PTSD and give them LSD. You know what I think that people need when they're suffering from stress? Like, I think you need reality. I don't think it helps people to immerse them in some psychological fantasy land where they're seeing crazy colors just because for a few minutes they're kind of comatose. It doesn't make sense to me.
I hear you. Like I said, I don't know a lot about this topic. I've just seen articles touching upon it that the quote unquote experts have said there's some promising signs with some of these things.
That's the kind of shit that the CBC promotes all the time too. And and I know Leo would give you a completely different take on it. This is just my personal opinion on drugs. I don't do any drugs. I want my mind clear. But this isn't about me. I'm concerned about what I'm seeing in our society, and people are literally going nuts. We have a massive mental health problem, and I think that these psychedelics in particular are part of the problem because we've never made them available to people on this scale before. And then you combine that with this huge psychological manipulation that I know is going on. It's not like I'm imagining anything. It's very, very powerful. You combine the drugs with that, and man, you've got a potent cocktail for the mind.
Yeah, and regarding drugs, and again, that slippery slope, and why are we here with so many boys all of a sudden thinking, hey, I might be a girl. I wish I could remember the guy's name who's got out the case study, maybe Rick, you know, who says this all goes back to the Ritalin days of, you know, oh, your kid is too hyperactive. We need to drug him up, which estrogenizes them. And we get these wimpy boys now all of a sudden thinking, hey, maybe I'm a girl because they've been so estrogenized.
Well, in any event, I mean, this is a concern. It's a real concern to me because I do see people who, as a result of being exposed to so much of this stuff, they are becoming alienated from their families. They're losing their jobs. They're losing their homes. They're literally ending up homeless. And that is part of the problem. I'm seeing more homelessness here in Canada than I've ever seen before. And it isn't just because of issues like mass immigration. It's because people have lost their ability to function properly in society because of mental health issues. And I know it's because of what's coming out of the phones and the computer screens and what they're putting in their bodies. And it's manipulating their minds. And it's extremely concerning to me, especially as someone who works in media, and I'm seeing this, and it's scaring me beyond belief. I just don't know what else more to say about it tonight, and it is all centered around Q. Now you combine that, and you're talking about anti-Semitism and the rise of, I guess you could say, fascism, even on the outer edges of certain political movements. Yeah, I see that too. And you can find more on that going to certain video platforms. There's all kinds of stuff out there like that is connected to this information network in order to pull them in and indoctrinate them into a fascistic mindset, anti-Semitic mindset. I'm seeing the rise of that as well. There is more of it, and that's really concerning to me as well.
Always connected, Rick. Right, let's talk fascism. Trudeau.
Well, I don't.
Is Biden more fascist than Trump? I would say so.
Yeah, I don't want to go down that road too much. We've here, you know, with this stuff that happened in Parliament over the past week. I think we've talked about all of that Nazi stuff.
Yeah,
you know,
but
far too much anyway for now.
One side wanting to make more federal dictates, then the other side that wants more local control, deregulation. But yet this guy is calling Trump the fascist who wants to become the dictator, while the others are peddling literal federal fascistic dictates.
I can't speak to Canadian politics. I know nothing about it other than Trudeau's the premier or whatever. But I have a hard time believing that Trudeau or Biden, okay, again, I'm not a big Biden supporter or proponent. It's pretty damn scary that we have like a 200-year-old guy as president. But guess what? He's not a fascist, okay? He's not.
No, he only wants to impose federal dictates, fascist dictates of EVs over the free market. Federal dictates in the education system.
I don't know.
But the guy who wants to deregulate all that is the fascist in your mind. Open your eyes.
Last I checked, I walk down the street. I don't have to show my papers.
Yet.
I don't know of neighbors disappearing. Like, I'm sorry, we're not living in fascist times. That's an insult to people that actually do live under fascism.
No, but
well, you know what? Here's do you know why we're
Russia sees he escaped Russia. He knows what that looks like. He got here 8 years ago. Helen Szabo, who escaped Hungary from when the wall was still there, they are the ones who actually, the legal immigrants, see that happening here, but the citizens who have been here, like the slow frog boiling, don't see it.
I hear what you're saying, and I think there's validity to that. Like that, which is why here in the U.S., if someone said to me, I don't like what I see going on or whatever, and it was someone who lived in Venezuela, they came here 10 years ago, like to me, that would, they carry credibility. So I agree with you there. But when I hear people that are born and bred here and did not grow up in Cuba or wherever, China, like, and they say, oh, it's, like listen to Marjorie Taylor Greene. Everything is fascism. Everything is tyranny. It's like, what planet is she living on? I mean, no offense, Joseph, but you're saying they're federal tyranny. Look, I have family in Grand Rapids. Last I spoke to them, they were not being harassed. The government wasn't breaking in the middle of the night.
Governor Whitler did not allow them to buy seeds to grow their own food during the lockdowns. But no, fascism isn't here.
I don't know. I don't know about.
You don't know exactly. You don't know.
Right. It's you're probably the same guy that screamed tyranny because to go to a concert during COVID you had to wear a mask or something.
That's right. Unconstitutional mandate.
My rights are being trampled on. Oh,
they were. They were. Where is the authority for that? Where? Where is the authority exist for that? Show me. I'll side with you. It doesn't exist.
Can I'm the one jumping topic to topic here, but let me throw a hypothetical past you. Let's say another pandemic came here. Let's say it was something way worse than COVID. Let's say it was something that was highly transmissible through the air, okay, like COVID was, but more so. It could spread human to human through the air or droplets or whatever.
If the plague were to come back,
so let's say there's this highly transmissible disease and highly deadly. Like if you got it, there was a 50% chance you're going to die. Like horrible stuff. But let's say by some miracle, there was they came up with a vaccine for it. Okay.
A real vaccine or a fake one like the Wuhan jab flu shot?
Yeah, like the mRNA.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry, scientist Gina. I'd love to see your research another time.
Polio, tuberculosis.
Well, just let him make his point.
So I'm painting this doomsday scenario, and again, you can say maybe this isn't a realistic scenario, whatever. But if that were to happen, and the only way to snuff it out was for like the entire population to get vaccinated, that would eradicate it.
Not if it's mRNA.
Huh?
Not if it's mRNA. I will not.
Okay, whatever. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know it.
Right. If we're talking,
you want to see a fun? You want to go to a fun?
Like a real vaccine, absolutely, but not an mRNA vaccine.
A polio shot is a real vaccine. A measles shot is a real vaccine. Yeah. The Wuhan mRNA doesn't make anyone.
Well, the issue isn't about. The issue is about.
What medical school did you attend?
I didn't need to.
I actually do have medical training, but I'm not getting into it here.
The issue is one.
Don't work. There's 100 years of science behind it.
The issue is about the right to choose. And what we just went through stripped us of the right to choose.
Yeah.
So if in your scenario, if in your scenario you have a vaccine that can protect people from a virus that is like 1,000,000 times more deadly, like certain death,
right,
if exposed to it, right? I think people should still have the right to say, I don't want it. And if I am exposed to it, then I'll take the risk and I will die.
Yeah, but what if they can now transmit it to other people?
then the vaccine doesn't work.
Exactly. Exactly. If the fucking thing works, you're supposed to be immune.
Joseph, don't get your panties in a ruffle.
You're
Or
a
am I-
moron. You're
or
a
am I missing
moron.
something?
You are a
See,
moron.
That the problem with what we just went through is that they flipped everything upside down. So instead of me being responsible for me, now I'm supposed to be responsible for everyone else. So it's up to me to protect everyone else.
He's the autocrat.
And that's a collectivist mindset.
Yes.
When in fact, the best thing for society is for me to take care of myself and protect myself so that other people don't need to. And if they're worried about becoming ill, they're quite free to lock themselves down and never come out of their houses if they don't want to. But if I choose to take the risk and go out into society and get exposed, then that's a risk that I take. If I choose to, and if there's a vaccine, as we were told there was, and I could choose to take it or not take it, and if it actually worked and I took it, then I shouldn't have to worry about the people who got sick and that I might become into contact with, because I would be protected.
Yeah, that's
right.
real.
That's a real vaccine.
That's right.
So and either way, it still should come
You
down
don't
to
need
a
to
personal
be a
choice.
slut, and you don't need to be a damn
Now-
a PhD to understand that.
Now
That's
being
hundreds
said,
of years.
if you know that you're sick and infectious, then you should have a responsibility
Of staying home.
to stay home. And if
Absolutely.
you go around knowingly infecting other
Like
people,
AIDS come to mind.
right? So I mean that's a different sort of a different issue, but to take a healthy person who's not infected, not knowingly infected, and say you have to stay at home, or you must do this to have a job. That's not right either. Especially when these vaccines, I mean, if they worked, we wouldn't even have to worry about it, but it's a percentage and everything's a risk. And even when people were vaccinated, they were still infecting each other. But I'm not vaccinated. So, my rights were taken away too, because I couldn't go to a restaurant. I couldn't go to a movie theater at all. I wasn't allowed in. But I finally did contract COVID, and I was sick for about a week, and I got better. But even when I was well, there were places I was just not allowed. I wasn't allowed to go inside here in Canada. That's not right. I'll tell you another thing that's just happened. A lady just died because she didn't want to get the vaccination. She needed a transplant of some kind, which the courts prevented her from revealing what kind of transplant it was. I think it was maybe a lung transplant. It might have been a heart transplant, but we were never allowed to know. But they said, no, you have to get vaccinated or you can't have the transplant. And she said, well, I don't want to for a variety of different reasons. It doesn't really matter why, but she felt so strongly about it, she wouldn't do it. So they denied her medical procedure, even though they could have saved her life, and she just passed away a few weeks ago.
And that's socialized medicine that the Democrat Party is peddling. That came from where? The National Socialist Deutschland Arbeiter Party.
Which is, a situation
The
where, again,
fascists.
no choice available here because we do have socialized health care. And so there's a single provider, and that is the government. You're not allowed to go get a private clinic of any kind to perform that procedure anywhere in the country. You're not allowed
has
to.
nothing to do with your health. It's about power, control, and coercion. Leftism.
So there was a fundraiser initiated so that she could leave the country, go to the U.S. There was a hospital there that was willing to perform the procedure, but the money couldn't be raised quickly enough, so she died.
Yep,
and that's a horrible story. And look, the government, I can't speak to Canada, but here, they clearly made mistakes. Okay?
Yeah.
And they erred on this. Look, I'm self-employed. I've been self-employed for 20 years. I went from having a highly, highly successful business. I don't want to talk about what we do and stuff, but for 18 months, I had no business. Zip, zilch, I could not operate. Okay. Thank God my business is back and it's doing better than ever. But so I have every reason to critique and criticize the government as to what they did. However, and they clearly made mistakes. However,
Huge, yeah.
but Joseph, what you just said, they want control. They want to take over. I'm sorry, I don't buy into any of that shit. They made
No, it
mistakes.
isn't directly out of the National Socialist Deutschland Arbeiter Party platform. Again, let's avoid the facts and the evidence. And Rick, it's not just Canada. I know Bill Hartman, rest in peace, brother, got COVID, went in the hospital, was forced remdesivir on him. They finally got a doctor who would prescribe him ivermectin and was getting better. But because of Obamacare control, they said, you don't have a choice. We are going to force you to take remdesivir, not ivermectin, that I've taken to get over COVID myself. And guess what? Went on a vent, left to die when he was improving under ivermectin. But no, Obamacare gave them the authority to dictate the drug his doctor must prescribe.
That's right.
Power, control, coercion, not choice, not freedom.
Right, because
Doctors had to follow protocol, not anything else.
Because they want us all dead, and this is just a grand scheme for depopulation. And Bill Gates is putting microchips in us.
No, I'm not saying any of that.
Good.
But it is power and control. Again, do you not deny socialized medicine came out of the Nazi socialist platform? So who are the fascist autocrats?
I don't. I've never heard that before.
Go look it up.
Okay, Professor Leonard.
It's not like it's a secret. It's not like you can't look it up for yourself. You don't, you won't, because you refuse to see what's right in front of you.
Here's how I kind of live my life in a way.
Clueless and blind. That's
yeah, I'm a sheeple.
Denial. Yes, delusional.
Yep. Bah.
No, denial.
Because when it came to COVID, okay, I'm not a scientist. I'm not a researcher. I'm not so who do I listen to? You know what? I'm going to go to the experts. I'm not going to listen to Joe Rogan. Okay. If I break my leg, I'm going to a surgeon. I'm not going to Joe Rogan. Okay. So.
But you're not allowed to pick your own doctor.
You're missing.
Under government control.
You're missing.
Socialist.
You're missing the point. My point is, I believe in experts. Does that mean that every expert is truly an expert? Does that mean they're 100% right all the time? No. But that's the best bet. So I'm going to jump topics, okay? Take global warming, okay? I don't want to make your head explode or anything. Don't start going ape shit on me, okay? I believe in global warming. Do you know why I believe in it? Okay. I believe in it because from what I've read, and I don't doubt there are scientists and climatologists out there that say it's bullshit. I get it. But from what my perception is that the lion's share of the scientific community, not 100%, not 99.9%. I couldn't give you a percent. If you put a gun to my head and said, well, what percent of the scientific community believes in global warming? My impression is like 80% of it does. Okay. So therefore, because I'm not a trained scientist or climatologist, and I'm not going to do my own research because I would understand half the shit that I read, therefore, because my perception is that 80% of the scientific community believes that climate change is real and man-made, that I kind of think that's what's happening. They're the experts. And I don't think they're all lying to control me and make me live in poverty. And they want me to eat
to
bugs.
make money off your useful idiocy.
Can I give you something here?
Sure.
Okay. We just heard your explanation as to why you think that way. Now, let me ask you a question. Do you believe that the chemtrails in the sky, or the contrails, whatever you want to call them, do you think that those are being used to manipulate the weather?
The only place I've ever heard anything about that is I've seen bits and pieces of that on Rumble.
Yeah.
Therefore, I think it's bullshit.
Okay. So there's that. Or do you think that the government or some organization, it's the government really, has a facility where they put electromagnetic radiation into the air called HARP in order to create earthquakes and control the weather worldwide?
No, that's insane.
Okay, so here's the thing. The people who believe that those things are true also believe that global warming is a hoax. You believe that global warming is real, but you think that's bullshit. So I'm just putting it out there that both sides in this discussion actually believe the same thing, that the weather is being changed by the activities of mankind. It's just that you believe it in a different way.
Yeah.
And you're getting to that conclusion based on media information that is being fed to you from different channels. So I'm just suggesting that maybe there's manipulation going on both sides.
He's refusing to take the example. He's saying he wants to listen to an expert, but yet my friend Bill Hartman was not allowed to have the expert prescribe him what the expert.
But let's come back to the topic at hand.
Because of the government control.
Yeah. So let's let him finish what he was about to say.
This gets back to why I despise Trump so much.
Yeah.
Because he's undermined institutions and authorities. He is, you know, again, I went through it before. The media, the scientific community, the military, almost everything he is undermined and delegitimate. I'm tongue-tied. Delegitimized.
See, I'm just going to put it to you, and I'm going to challenge you to think about this, and we don't have to get into it any deeper. But see, on the global warming side, we've been told repeatedly for many years that New York City is eventually going to be, flooded, that we're going to lose Florida, that the polar ice caps are melting, and soon, it's just going to be catastrophe. That the great, and on the other side, the Great Lakes are going to, dry up practically. That it's causing. Well, this week it was a story about global warming underneath the Earth, and now it's global boiling, and so people are afraid on that side that the world is going to come to an end, that they're terrified too, and especially kids who are fed nothing but this from the time they've been born. I'm just suggesting to you that while there may be some truth in some of these things, as there is even with HARP, and there is some truth in the chemtrail story, it's taken to extremes on both sides to scare people and manipulate people, and it's polarizing. That's what I'm suggesting.
My point is take chemtrails as an example. I know nothing about it. You know why I know nothing about it?
Yeah.
Because it's not reported on. It's not like a thing. But I'm sure Alex Jones and some Alex Jones wannabes report on chemtrails.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let me ask this.
Well, let him finish. Let him finish.
The mainstream scientific community started to come out and say, hey, this chemtrail thing, there's actually validity to it. Okay. Which institutions, which groups, I have no idea. But if I started to get the perception that the lion's share of experts said, yeah, this chemtrail thing, we were kind of unaware of it, but we've done some extra research on it and there's validity to it. At that point, I'd say, wow, yeah, that's a real thing.
Well,
That's
see,
concerning.
here's how they pull people
But
down that rabbit
until
hole, though.
that
It's because there is some validity to it in that cloud seeding is a real thing. They can do it.
Yeah.
And so people hear that, and then there have been some experiments done, and you can find information on that. And every country does have a budget for geoengineering research, and they do engage in that kind of stuff. But there's a limit to how far that goes. But on the propaganda or information warfare side, they take those facts and that factual information, and then they light it on fire and exaggerate the hell out of it to the point where it's so crazy that you would think people would never believe it, but a lot of people do.
All right, Rick, let me ask this guy something that he won't be able to answer because he can't deal in facts. We talked to the guy called the Sweaty Penguin, climate guy on Savage Unfiltered. The 1930s were warmer than now. Long before all these cars, long before all these people. How do you explain that? And don't give us, World War II somehow did it, because the warming occurred before the war. It's all cyclical patterns,
That's right.
solar flares,
Yeah.
the earth wobble.
Yeah. We're in a 200-year cycle. And that's exactly what's going on.
Again, I'm going to get back to, I believe what the experts
Your feelings, not facts. You're getting back.
I'm a sheeple. Hey, if you had to, let me think of an analogy here. If someone was making you take your life savings and making you bet on the Giants-Cowboys game this weekend, and let's just say, for argument's sake, you know nothing about football, okay? But you're being forced, for whatever stupid reason, to take your life savings and bet it for the Giants or the Cowboys, okay? Are you going to go seek advice from Hillary Clinton or Ivana Trump, whatever, someone that doesn't follow football, or are you going to go to Troy Aikman or some analyst from ESPN that lives and breathes football? Who are you going to go to for advice? The guy from ESPN or some female opera singer or that knows nothing about football?
Yeah, you know who I go to on climate? Rick Moran. I also go to the guy who founded Greenpeace, who left it because they're all leftist agenda morons.
Again,
Rick, I would love if you would let me share my screen, a chart from the climatologists that show the climate cycles over tens of thousands of years.
You're
not
missing,
man-made garbage.
That's
you're missing my point. My point is that the lion's share.
Your point is only reality exists as you want it to exist.
No, my point
Delusion.
No, my point is, and I think Rick gets what I'm saying. He may not agree with it, but what I'm saying is the lion's share of the scientific community, not 99.9%, as I said before, not 98.9%, but the lion's share, maybe 70%, maybe 80%. I'm not sure. But my take on what I see and hear is that the lion's share of the scientific community believes that climate change is real, it's happening, and it's man-made. Okay? So therefore, that's why I believe it's happening. Now, if that changes over time, if more and more of the scientific community comes out and says, we didn't realize it, but we just did some studies in, who knows, whatever. And the scientific community started to shift away and saying, yeah, you know what? No, climate change is not happening. I'm kind of, call me a sheeple or whatever, But because I'm not an expert in it, I tend to listen to the experts. And now
You
again,
know the
that's
term
not to
follow
say
the money?
Follow
the money. They are saying what they are needing to say to get that government handout.
I guess.
Follow the money. They're not scientists. They're bought and paid for advocates.
See, the thing is you're not willing to even acknowledge that these charts that Joseph is talking about actually exist. So I understand and I want to respect that you follow certain scientists, and I think that that's where the confusion is here. Is you follow certain scientists and Joseph follows other scientists, not saying that one scientist is more right than the other one. Unfortunately, we are all living in this world the way that it is. We will all acknowledge that there's definitely strange phenomena going on, whether or not one way or one-sided or the other wants to say they do or do not exist. There is definitely things going on, and nobody can deny that. But what I'm trying to say is we are sitting here arguing about the fact that Joseph scientists have his theory and I'm not sure what to call you. Have your I looked at your name, I like right.
All right, let me ask you two a question. If we were to round up the 1,000 top and brightest scientists on climatology, 1,000 of them from around the world.
First of all, whose opinion would it be that
Let's
they
just-
would be top to begin with?
Let's just take for granted, for the sake of argument, that they are, and let him finish his question.
So let's say, I don't know, we identify 4 or 5 groups or committees or think tanks or whatever. These are the experts. Here's the top 1,000 climatologists. So let's just say, for argument's sake, we identify those 1,000 people. What percentage of them do you think would say climate change is real and man-made?
Depends on who is paying them.
See, I don't have this cynicism. I was class pessimist in high school. Like, I'm not this overly optimistic, rose-colored glasses guy.
Now, let me make an admission that you will like. Can humanity affect climate? Yes.
Absolutely.
Let me give you an actual example that we actually learned from, and then another one. The Dust Bowl of the 1930s, because man stupidly clear-cut too much consecutive acreages, which opened it all up, and the winds began to blow. There were no natural breaks. That's an important point. And created the Dust Bowl. Fast forward to the envirotards today, who refuse to let us manage the forest because, oh my God, we might disrupt Bambi. Instead, let's let Bambi burn to death because so many acres are burning out of control because we didn't create any breaks.
Exactly.
The very thing we learned from the Dust Bowl failure that the left refuses to deal in the science.
Bingo. See, this is part of the problem, right?
I'm going to give you guys are going to think I'm nuts, but I'm going to give you, here's a question for you. There's 10 buckets in front of you. If you choose, I'm not going to explain this properly. If I told you there's a door on the left and a door on the right, one door goes to heaven, one goes to hell, okay? And I can tell you the door on the right is an 80% chance that it goes to heaven, and the door on the left, it's only a 20% chance it goes to heaven. Which are you going to pick?
I'm not going to listen to you. I'm going to go with my intuition. Sorry.
See, I'm going to the door on the right because it's an 80% chance.
Yeah, no.
Like,
based on whose definition of it?
That's not guaranteed. That's not 100%. But if you said to me, there's 2 doors and there's 2 results, good and bad, And the door on the right has an 80% chance of the good result, and the door on the left has the 20% chance of the bad result.
Who told
Guess
you
what?
that? Dr.
I am
Fauci?
choosing the door on the right. There's no intuition. I don't have any expertise on doors. It is what it is.
But it doesn't matter because it's my choice. And if I'm going to take that choice, what I'm going to say
But now
is
take that example I just gave. That's why I'm not sitting here telling you global warming is without a doubt definitely occurring. It's definitely man-made. It's a no-brainer. It's everyone. I'm not saying that. I'm saying I believe it because my perception is that 80% of the scientific community
bought and paid for
that you know of.
Okay, right. Because okay. And who do I know of? Well,
I'm not asking who you know of.
I tend to look at mainstream scientific journals. I'm not going to go to Billy Joe Bob's World of Environmentalism. I'm probably going to go to the American Study of Climatology group. I'm going to go to the European Society of Climate Experts. I'm not going to go to the Joe Rogan School of Weather. Like, see, that's my point. Call me blind, call me a follower, whatever. Trust me, people that know me know that I'm not that. But when it comes to shit that I'm not familiar with, like the climate, I tend to go with the experts. And I don't.
Right. And that's good. That's good. But you're not willing to look at where the funding for these experts are coming from to understand their motivation.
The real solution, I would not do what any of you guys are doing. You know what I do? I sit back and then I wait for Joe Schmuck to choose a door. And then when he goes through the door, if I hear him go, then I know he's burning in hell. And if I hear harps playing, then I know he's in heaven. And then I go, I'm going to go over there.
Well, if that's a possibility to be able to do that, yes, that is the best
Is heating and cooling
certainly
happening? Yeah,
certainly with the V, that's what my position is on it. It's like everybody wants to run out and be the first to get the needle in the arm. Well, be my guest. Let me see if you try it first.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
You go right ahead,
is
you guys.
heating and cooling happening?
We'll see what happens.
Heating and cooling has been happening for millions of years, if you believe the ice core samples. Scientists who actually study the ice cores.
Donald Trump has Operation Warp Speed. 6 months, in less than 6 months, it's like, look, vaccine, I'm the greatest president ever. He's like, who's first? And I'm like,
no.
Maybe you go first, Don.
Exactly.
It's my understanding.
Watch and do the research and follow the scientific studies, and I'm going to go through everything that I know, and I got loads.
I'm just waiting.
That's right.
I gotta run, but
yeah. Thank you.
My point again, or my takeaway, or what I would like to leave here is that the main reason. There's so many reasons I think Trump is dangerous, but the biggest thing he's done, the worst thing he's done, is undermine institutions and norms. And again, if you look at the history of dictators, whether it's Hitler or Stalin or Pol Pot or whatever, and again, I'm not saying Trump is Hitler or whatever. He could be, but I'm not saying he is. But anyway, that's what authoritarians and dictators do. They undermine the institutions. Don't listen to these people. Don't listen to those people. But I have the answers. It's almost like a fucking
Joe
cult.
Biden doesn't do that? Joe Biden doesn't say, listen to my bought and paid for experts. Joe Biden doesn't say, these experts, not those experts. Every politician exploits those beneficial to them.
What institutions has Biden undermined?
anything that doesn't agree with him.
Really? Well, give me specifics. What institutions did he come out and say, don't trust the scientific community? I know better.
Barack Obama.
I don't think he knows what 2 + 2 is, but I'm just, that's just my medical training and understanding of what his medical condition is.
No, don't change the topic. You made the contention that that's what all politicians do. So I'm asking you, what institutions and norms has Biden undermined?
Free market systems by dictating EVs upon people they don't want. That is fascism, dictating from the federal level versus those of us, including Trump, who want to undo federal dictates.
We want independence. We don't want to follow George because George says that his guys are smarter than his guys, and that's the whole thing.
Who eliminated the incandescent bulb? The left, because you must follow their dictate. Trump is the dictator.
I gotta run, but I would also say this: I'm for 90% freedom, because if we all have 100% freedom and we all do whatever the fuck we want whenever we want because whatever's best for us, you can't function as a society. That's not to say I want the government controlling me and monitoring. I'm for small government. I'm for free,
You can fool me.
But if we all say, nope, I should be able to do whatever I want, whenever I want. You can't run society that way. You can't.
And I don't think any of us are disagreeing with you.
There needs to be rules. There needs to be
We agree, I think.
No one I know on the planet wants anarchy. Now, therein lies the issue. The right side of the spectrum, no government whatsoever is anarchy. Total government control, leftism, monarchy, communism, socialism, fascism, kleptocracy. Those are all far left, full government control.
And you don't want that, right? Like Mr. Wannabe, you don't want that. You, like you said, you want freedom, right? So,
but he's argued against.
You see, the thing is, though, is what his perspective of freedom is compared to what our perspective of freedom is two different things. And so,
no, I don't. Respectfully, I don't think it is.
My point is, there's times that there's regulations that the government dictates that I may not like. But they're still. Let me give you an example. I have a kids-oriented business. Okay, whoever I hire, I'm required to do a background check on them. I have to.
Fair enough.
Okay? Well, couldn't I make the argument? Well, I'm a good judge of character.
No. We're talking about our children here, right? Like we got to protect our kids.
You're missing the point. My point is, the government dictates to people in my line of work that, you got to do it back. So here, let me give you a different example. My dad, who was a Trumper, had a store. He had a film processing place. Okay, remember when film was a thing, and you had you took photos, and you actually had to go somewhere to get them processed.
Yeah.
So my dad once complained about OSHA. And that OSHA had all these rules that he had to follow. And who's the government? Like I'll do the right thing. Like, why does the government have to tell me that I have to have an eye washing station for my employees? Like, who are they to tell me that? I'm like, well, no, they should be telling me that because, Dad, yes, you're a good person, and you would spend the money to put an eye washing station in. But the guy in the next town with a film processing place, he might say, fuck it, I'm not going to get an eye washing station. So you need the government at times to dictate certain things. We don't want people taking toxic waste and dumping it in the river.
Within
we agree on that?
constitutional
Unfortunately, there are some people that will dump toxic waste in the river because they can save a few bucks that way. Okay, so you need a level of government regulation.
There's a
Do I
difference
do
there.
I want 10 million regulations? Do I want to have to live my life where every single second I have to follow a regulation? No. But I don't understand why people on the far right, like Trump always says, I get rid of more regulations than anyone else, any other What's like, well, what regulations? Like, how can you applaud yourself for getting rid of regulations? It kind of depends what those regulations are.
Right.
So you would agree that getting rid of the regulation for people in my line of work, you would agree that getting rid of the regulation that I have to run background checks on my employees would be incredibly stupid, right?
No, I never
No,
said
you're not understanding me. You just said we got to protect children, and I agree with you. And
Yeah.
there's a government regulation that says, hey, dude, in your line of work, you have to do background checks on who you hire.
Right.
Okay. Well, what if someone
And I'm one of those people who have had background checks because of that. So
Okay, you're missing the point. Well, what if someone became governor or president and said, yeah, I'm going to do away with that regulation?
well,
Regulations are bullshit.
like you said, there are definitely times when there needs to be rules and regulations, and I've never said that
Yes.
there
So
wasn't.
what I don't understand, so help me understand when Trump says, I got rid of more regulations than anyone else.
Well, you need to find out what those regulations are before you start flapping your lips about them. Find out what they are. Find out whether you agree or disagree with them before you start saying
Trump
it's
is
a bad
talking.
thing.
Trump is talking about eliminating the EV dictate.
Rick understands
Do you
my- Rick, you
agree
understand my
or
point?
disagree?
I absolutely do, if I may.
I don't think your counterparts do.
We're all very close, actually, in agreeing on this. It's really just a matter of balance, degrees of control, and regulation.
Right.
Right. And so that's really all that this discussion is about how much government regulation or how much government control, and that has to be dealt with on a sort of an individual basis.
That's my
right?
point. Are there regulations that are antiquated and make no sense and are heavy-handed and stupid?
Absolutely.
Absolutely. But are there regulations that need to be in place because if they weren't, people would cut corners and take advantage of things?
Let's talk about the earlier example.
So that's why
Trump wants to eliminate the EV dictate regulation. Do you agree with free markets or government regulation dictate in that exact example? They have no authority for that. Do you agree with fascist Biden or free market Trump?
Does the government have the authority not to allow stores to sell cigarettes to people under the age of 18?
Change the subject because you can't answer the question.
Rick, I'm sorry. Rick, am I changing the topic?
No, he's not actually.
Yeah, so I don't understand why Joseph doesn't get it. I didn't change the topic. I'm talking about the
You
same
refuse to
thing.
answer my question, though.
You asked me, does the government have the right to
dictate electric vehicles?
Yeah, he's just giving an example of a restriction placed on a different product, consumer product, to make his example. I don't know that it's a good comparison, but that's what he's trying to do.
But that's what I'm trying to say. First of all, I don't think the government, from what I know, last I checked, no one's putting a gun to my head saying you have to buy an electric vehicle. My understanding with a lot of this green stuff is that the government is doing things to incentivize people. They're giving you a tax credit if you put solar panels on your roof, if you get an electric car, whatever. They're giving you incentives.
Well, it's actually, if I may, since I actually do automotive journalism and test drive cars as part of my business. And here I can tell you that governments around the world, and Canada's on the leading edge of this, and the U.S. is coming up behind this, they are actually dictating. And so they've actually mandated here that I think it's by 2035.
There'll be no more gasoline.
Canada will no longer produce any or be able to sell any gasoline-powered vehicles.
Yeah, but that's not a dictate. That's not fascist. Trump's the fascist.
And
For wanting
and
to
and by
eliminate.
default, because the governments are dumping literally billions and billions of dollars into all the automotive companies in order to not just incentivize, honestly, but force them to retool all their factories to produce EVs. That's the way it has to go because the supply chains are all changing. The entire industry is changing. It's government induced transformation of the entire industry to electrify it. It's just that simple. And you've got these public private partnerships now between the corporations and government, where the government is essentially capturing these corporations and vice versa. They're symbiotic now. The corporations are just an arm's length extension of government. When
Follow
General
the
Motors
money.
went bankrupt and the government bailed them out, they effectively took control of that company because by providing the funding, it came with conditions, and those conditions were that they had to move toward production of electric vehicles. They didn't really give them an option. So the market is not really dictating. Now, the market may still end up dictating if it proves to be completely unrealistic, which is entirely possible, and the whole thing starts to fall apart, in which case I think the public will put so much pressure back on government that they'll force them to reverse some of this stuff. But I'm not sure that that's going to happen because we've already started down this path, and I don't even know if there's any turning back, but I digress.
Yeah. Now, I agree, again, micro, macro. I agree with allowing incentive to put solar panels on your house because on the macro level, that works. A solar farm to power a whole city is not viable. The University of Michigan has sensible, provable hydro solution, but no tidal generator, not a windmill, but a tidal generator, clean, doesn't kill anything, and tides flow 100% of the time. They're not interested in that practical solution. They want the windmills that the money laundering puts money back in their pockets.
Right.
Follow the money. It's not about green, that kind of green.
right.
It's about this kind of
Exactly.
green.
I get what you're saying, and I without a doubt believe those kinds of things happen, but I wouldn't brush everything with a broad brush saying, therefore this is all that happens. It's all financially driven and control. Like I'm sorry, I just don't have the same. I didn't just fall off the apple cart. Like I'm skeptical of certain people. I know plenty of people I wouldn't trust any further that I could pick them up and throw them. But at the end of the day, that's a key point here for me with this discussion. I don't look at government as evil and trying to control me. Do I think government's bloated? Yeah. Do I think government's full of bureaucracy and red tape? Yeah. Do I think we need to find ways to slim government and mainstream it and make it more effective? Absolutely. But do I think it's evil and it wants to control me?
If solar farms were viable, why did dozens of them launder money and get Democrat donors rich, and some of that went back in their campaign coffers, like Solyndra, remember them? There are dozens more examples. Yeah, government hand out money, launder it to their friends, their family, their donors, and in 10 years, bankrupt. All the people out of business, all the workers out of business, but they all got rich.
Okay, and then what about the cases, and again, I can't cite any, but you're telling me there aren't scenarios where the same exact thing happens, but it's a positive result?
Not when it comes to climate stuff, no.
All green initiatives are money-driven scams that are bullshit.
They're all government backed. They couldn't exist without the leftist government backing money laundering operation. Free market. They cannot exist on their own merits. They must always be government propped up. Money stolen from me and Gina to give to Biden's buddies.
Well, think about all the taxes that are happening here in Canada right now. There's no, the carbon tax isn't going to save anything or anyone. Actually, it's going to kill millions of Canadians or thousands of them at least. And because they can't afford to eat and they can't afford to heat their homes. So, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I understand, like,
You're right, Gina. More people die in the cold than the heat.
We're wackos, and that we're not people that are willing to sit down and talk, because the reality is we all have to live in this world, right? And we have to find some sort of common grounds to. This is how we're going to solve these problems, right? Is because we have to listen to people like him in order for us to understand their perspective.